Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of news today and expect a chance of anti-air missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Gentlemen, welcome to the show, and it's time for Garena Masters Season 3, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile, and we are now on day number 5 of the group stages as we are getting halfway through and completing the cycle for our qualified teams. Excitement is being built up for the teams that is doing well, and the stress is happening for the teams who needs to recover. I am Neptune Gentleman Garcia as your host and analyst for today. Together with me is your Kazers, Mustachio AJ and Cezian. And let's start with you, AJ. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic, man. I mean, every single day we go on a downtime, we take a break from Garena Masters Season 3. I get a little bit depressed, right? I need the adrenaline, Neptune. I need to scream for these boys and girls out there on the battlefield. And you know, it's like a drug that I cannot get away from. So I'm glad. I'm glad we're back.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we're back. How about you, Ceci? How's been so far after the last time that you casted the Green Masters?
I mean, it's really nice because I love the analyst and the analyst and the anchor role. So I really love casting day number 3. Now I'm looking forward for day number 5, which is today as the color caster together with the AJ. Hey, let's go.
Amen.
Yeah. Let's go. And as mentioned by Ceci, this is day number 5. And as Coach Jay mentioned, this is a start wherein the teams are, or the viewers actually, and us casters are going to start painting the picture for the teams who will be moving in, or the top 10, or sorry, the top 2 from each group. And from here, we are going to see how much more they will be moving themselves up and how much challenges they need to overcome to be able to get those positions for the playoffs, because we all know that these teams have been doing, like some of the teams have been doing so well, a clean sweep for most of the teams who have been in there in the scene for the very long time. And for those coming in, the newcomers are really struggling, and hopefully this is time, the day that they can turn it around and catch up on those points. But for those
Yeah.
of you who are just watching right now on this day number 5, we are going to review later on the tournament format to show you what has been happening so far from the qualifiers up until what will be happening on to the playoffs, because a lot of things has happened so far. But for the past 4 days of the Garena Masters, though there are days in between wherein we had a few rests, and that is what AJ was talking about. Like, he don't want to rest. I know this guy. He's a guy who don't want to rest. He wants to keep it going, because it's a good thing for life, really, that you are not stagnant, that you are really up and moving every time. Am I right, AJ?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a quick look at the tournament format as well, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, because when we first started off everything, 256 teams were thrown in, and we had separate qualifiers running, right, for Singapore, Malaysia, as well as the Philippines. And through all of those battles, we found the top 16 teams. 12 qualified. We have our 4 invited teams as well. But this is the stage where they will go head to head in a double round robin setup within the group stage in itself, after which the top 2 move on to the playoffs here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And the playoffs is what all the teams from each group has been looking forward to. And as AJ mentioned, the top 2 from each group will be moving up to that playoffs, where we are going to crown and determine the champions, the kings of Garena Masters Season 3. And for the first 4 days, let's start with you, Ceci. Which are the teams that get you excited every time they jump into the scene?
And I'll be frank. It will be West Point Mamba Low-Kings. I'm both excited and I'm scared, because the way they play really scares me. Like, they are so good, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been seeing them challenging a lot of teams and showing great potential, similar to what we've seen from the old Kings from different tournaments, or from the previous tournaments. But going in on this game, of course, the teams will be also getting the prizes. And starting at the bottom, the lowest the team or will get from the 13th to 16th place will be $250. 19 to 12 will be taken $500. 5th to 9th will be taking home $750. 4th will be 1,500. Third will be 3,000. Second place will be 4,500. And first place, that's $10,000. And I did a little bit of research right here. So in the Philippines, it's more than $500,000. In Malaysia, correct me if I'm wrong, AJ, it's almost 45,000 in ringgit. And in Singapore, it's almost or around 14K in Singaporean dollar. Am I right there, AJ?
Absolutely right, man. I mean, a lot of people within the nation itself will not like how their currency performs against the US dollar. But every single time, due to inflation or when my currency drops a little bit, I smile a little bit wider, right? Because I work in the esports industry where everything is paid in Singapore dollars, US dollars. I'm winning, bro. And these teams are winning as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good investment that we have done so far, because these prizes that they're getting are really up in there on the top market. But the top market that is similar to the teams who are in here, because they are the best out of the 256 to jump in the qualifier. qualifiers. So let us look into the qualified teams. And from Group A, we have Almighty 7-9 and C8 Legacy. And so far for the past 4 days, AJ, who among this team do you like best? And what can you say about those who are not performing from this group?
Out of this group, obviously we only have three because of a unfortunate departure due to a violation in one of our rule book. But as far as C8 Legacy is concerned, they are most definitely struggling within this group, right? They have tried their very best to rise up to the top, but they have realized that that particular road is through the players of 7-9 as well as Almighty. And when they thought that 7-9 was tough when they took them on, they also had to take on the one and only Almighty. And I think nobody in this group, including Ultimate Omni, would like to go up against a team like Almighty, who seems so stellar, not just against them, but even against the top dogs of the competition, right? So this group is tough, bro. And if you want to ask me exactly who I like the most, I guess I'll change it a little bit. Not who I like, but who I'm looking forward to seeing perform out there on the battlefield most. That is C8 Legacy. Because so far, in terms of points reference, they are on a -1. They've only got 4 wins and 5 losses, and they are at risk of losing their spot in the playoffs. So I'm looking forward to seeing them perform. I want to see them take the fight to both 7-9 as well as Almighty and go all the way, right? But of course, even as I say that, I understand it's easier said than done, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's easier said than done, but still have to see. Probably CA Legacy have something in their books that will change the way they're looking. But Group B right now, we all know some of the names as well as these teams. We have Smart Omega, RTL Esports, NV Doctors, and PDR Esports. And out of these 4 teams, we have a different gameplay as well as different results for this team. Ceci, how about you? Apart from Smart Omega, because we all know how Smart Omega has been doing, who do you think will be the runner in this group to be able to go in for the playoffs?
I think it's between RTL and PDR because RTL, the names are stacked, bro. Like they're from Tyra, like Yonjay, Jello, Wacky, Susano. Everyone knows them. And then when you add the young guns like Freezy and Seven from C8 Legacy, it makes a new breed of RTL. And for me, I'm a little sentimental for RTL because RTL Wacky and RTL Susano, this was their home back then in 2021. Now they're back in their home and fighting for the name of RTL Esports. So I like those stories of sentiments, man.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those coming back into their original or the team that really built them to be able to perform in these games. Going into Group C right now, we have HUNTSMEN, we have West Point Mamba Low Kings, Sector Zero, and ACNO FINESSE. These teams so far have been performing, and Ceci already mentioned how Low Kings are both impressive and scary. I mean, like, you're scared every time they go and jump in. And I would agree with the performance that they are showing right now, especially with the numbers that they have. It is really like showing up similar to the Kings, to the top dogs that we have in this competition. And that is what we love to see for the Low Kings. And this is not the first time that we've seen the Low Kings. We've seen them so many times from other competitions as well, and they have been performing. And I really love to see them really move up furthermore and challenge and beat, I would say, beat those who are already on top. But like AJ mentioned, it's easier said than done, but we still have to see right now as we jump into Group D. We have Blacklist Ultimate, C8 United, VVV Esports, and CKG Legacy. Now, on this group, you mentioned earlier that the C8 brand, AJ, you mentioned earlier the C8 brand will be one of the team from Group A that you want to move up. Would it be changing as you look at the Group D right now?
Oh man, dude, this is just so tough, right? Because for me, this is potentially the group of death as well. Blacklist International Ultimate obviously looking to dominate this group, and you've got so much of quality in both VVV Esports as well as C8 United. And just when we wanted to count out the players of CKG Legacy, you know, you've got players like Juno who show us a tremendous performance on those SND. You also have got Type in their lineup that just doesn't want to give up. So there's a lot of fight in the players of CKG Legacy as well, right? So this group, it's going to be really, really tough to say goodbye to two of these teams. But obviously, that needs to be done before we move on to the playoffs. It's not going to be easy, though, because of the amount of quality in here. I mean, even if we leave Blacklist International Ultimate out of the question, we take CKG Legacy out of the question as well, since they are the ones struggling in the group the most, right? If you look at the battle between VVV Esports and CA United, how does a fan of Call of Duty Mobile choose between these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, seeing these teams plays, I mean, it's really difficult to see which one will really come up on top. But looking at the scores that they gathered so far for the past 4 days, this is the groups as well as the scores that they gathered. And as a recap of what we mentioned earlier, the top two teams from each group will be moving into the playoffs. So this is more of a view, a snapshot of what we are going to see moving forward, and track them if they are the ones really moving up into that playoffs. Because as we mentioned, day number 5, we are going halfway through in this whole group stages, and we are now starting to paint that picture to be able to see who is moving up. And this is something that is scary as well for the teams. And as we mentioned, there are teams who might be in distress already because they have not been performing in these matches, especially with the win-lose ratio that we are looking at right now. But for those who have been sweeping it all the way, and I'm talking about Almighty right now, I don't think they will be in distress. They will be lying in their beds playing, and I'm referring to that certain guy. You know who it is. He
Oh, yeah.
will be in bed playing, and he will be as comfortable as ever. Every time he jump into the game, no pressure at all for them. So hopefully the same will happen for some of the teams, so that there will be no I mean, there's no scare factor for this team. Every time they play,
Yep.
all they have to do is enjoy, as well as focus on the tactics, as well as the gameplay that they have studied so hard to jump in onto the Green Masters. And this is one thing that they need to really start doing right now. As we look at the schedule in here on the upper right of your screen, we are going to start off with Huntsman, as well as, or going against ACNO Finesse. And these two has fought against similar teams, and I'm talking about Sector Zero and Low Kings. And the Huntsman really started off in a good fight, but after they went in against the Low Kings, they have been in a 0-3 streak. Now, ACNO Finesse, on the other hand, they got one win from all the 6 matches that they have, and only
Yeah.
taking control in that takeoff against Sector Zero. So, looking at the a battle right here against these two teams, AJ, what do you think? Who will come up top?
I mean, if you're going based on the data that you've already shared, right? The fact of the matter is both Huntsman and ACNO Finesse have faced off West Point Mamba Low-Kings as well as Sector Zero. And the team that could take away more maps from Sector Zero was the Huntsman, right? And when you look at ACNO Finesse, they lost against the players of Sector Zero. They could take away that takeoff map, but, you know, that's what's all about it. So if you go based on that, the favorites to take this match up and get that victory would be the Huntsman here at Neptune.
Yeah, and it really shows in the numbers. And at some point, we really believe the numbers. But for you, Sassy, since you've seen these team play and you did a little bit of research for them as well, what do you think ACNO Finesse really needs to do on the strategy when it comes to battling against the Huntsman?
I think ACNO Finesse here needs just to solidify their mechanical skills. Of course, in order to activate your strategies and your rotations, you need to win your gunfights. And for the side of Huntsmen, their cohesiveness is on point, but the fact that they're facing against West Point Mamba Low-Kings, who has the more strategic approach, and it's very hard to break West Point Mamba Low-Kings. So I think Huntsmen could win this one, but ACNO Finesse, if you want them to improve, it would be the mechanical skills. But you know, mechanical skills can't be improved overnight, so they need to focus on something that could compensate, maybe a surprise factor or a targeted strategy to counter the playstyle of our Huntsmen.
Yeah, I mean, and I would agree with that. If you cannot work on the mechanical skills, at least a counter that you can use to counter literally to counter the gameplay of the Huntsmen. And speaking of the Huntsmen, we have Raven, Alfari, Speed, Asmal, Derp, and Nochi. And I love how Nochi really moved up in this game. I mean, he has the highest KD ratio overall, whether it's hardpoint, search and destroy, in control. And I am loving how the Huntsman is moving and taking him in this game. But there's still a lot to to put in when it comes to performance. Alfari so far, when we look at the numbers, is not that well, but probably it's because of some of the engagement is really being tackled by some of the members of the team, like Nochi as well as Speed for that matter. And we really love some of the members move up and create a name for themselves, because we know the name already for Alfari, Derp. We know the name already from past competition, and this is a chance for the other members to really show themselves. Am I right, AJ?
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. I mean, when you look at the newer players like Speed and Nochi, they're really stepping up. I mean, Nochi mainly in the SNDs, but whenever he's not there, when you look at those respawns, it is always going to be Speed stepping up for the team. I mean, this guy is one hard hat out there on the battlefield. He hits those 35.5 average kills whenever we hop into hardpoint. And when we move into control, it's the exact same guy showing up for the side of Huntsman as well, right? So he's definitely one to look out for.
Yeah, definitely. And well, that is a team that, or the members that ACNO FINESSE really needs to look out for. Now we have the members of ACNO FINESSE. We have Swizz, Azra, Caleb, Dre, Joke, and Lift. And out of this team, as what was mentioned already, they need to have that cohesiveness as well as work on a tactic that can counter the Huntsman in this game. So far, it's all, I would say, balance between all these teams. No one really is popping off, but as AJ mentioned, there are some modes that some members really are moving up in terms of kills, and hopefully it will be balanced all throughout the whole team, because it's I would say, if and I think that is a basis as well that Ceci mentioned about mechanical skills, because mechanical skills translates to kills all throughout the game. And I would agree with that. They need to work on the mechanical skills to be able to bring in the kills that they have. But looking at the head-to-head, this is a comparison of what we mentioned earlier and AJ mentioned earlier of Speed going against Azra on the head-to-head right now. And looking at the average kills as well as a KD ratio, it's still in favor of Huntsman. So this is one thing that they can really capitalize on. And just in case, this is just in case, knock on wood, you might not be hearing me knocking on wood right now, but I think ACNO really have something to put out in this game. And I won't be surprised if they will be able to go in here better compared to the previous game they have. And that is a whole. I mean, we love underdogs really performing well, showing up in these games. And I would like to call on to ACNO FINESSE for them to really show up in these games, because the Huntsman right now, they have been in here for quite some time, and this is a chance for them to really move up. And I don't think they will be laying low against ACNO FINESSE, because this is their chance. This is their chance for a very, very long time. And we know about that, AJ and Ceci, because there's a lot of instances that we've seen that so far. And here we have it. We have the maps and modes right now. We're going to start off on Raid on Hardpoint, and Standoff will be our map for Search and Destroy. We have Control that will be happening on Firing Range. Looking up the bans of Huntsman, we have Hacienda that has been banned, as well as a Sparrow on the Operator Skills. And on the side of ACNO FINESSE, the map ban is Slums, and then Purifier will be in here banned as well from this game. So I guess we're looking at Annihilator and Death Machine for the respawn game. And Ceci, what do you think will be the tactic of both these teams on the first map that we are going to have?
I think Huntsmen here will be continuing their play, like the breakthroughs through encirclements, because that's what they do on the offensive side. ACNO FINESSE here, for sure, they will be sticking together. I mean, that is what they usually do when faced with adversities. So if Huntsman really is a big threat for them, they will tend to stick together in a hard point.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good plan indeed to stick together and make sure that those points will be captured anytime one of the members will be taken down. But here is the first game of today. AJ and Sezi, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fun fact. Both teams have already played this map at hardpoint. Both teams have already faced off one specific group, which is called Sector Zero, right? And Huntsmen versus Sector Zero on raid hardpoint, they won. ACNO Finesse versus the exact same group, same map, same game mode, they lost. That might be able to give us a rough idea as to how things are going to be breaking down here, Sezi. And by the way, the players of Huntsmen are dominating P1 even without the full control of Laundry just yet. It seems like they're going to be able to bring this a long way through. The players of ACNO Finesse seem to be having a tough time getting anywhere close to that hard point, buddy.
And that's where the mechanical skills comes in. ACNO Finesse is trying to go for the encirclement, but the one member is not enough for the 1v1 against Huntsman. You need 2 members or 3 members to break through. But that would not be enough for the frontal assault. So it will be a challenge for ACNO Finesse on how to distribute their members. And now that the P2 will be on the hands of Huntsmen, they need someone to break through the hill. But Joke himself will not be enough here, Mustachio.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. The players of Huntsman staying 3 steps ahead of ACNO Finesse, doubling back down, and they move on straight into its P2, taking control of Kitchen even before ACNO Finesse finishes commanding the square center. And just when ACNO Finesse thought they were getting the better of Huntsman, they ran out of people to kill, man. The full squad of Huntsman had already gone in there for that early rotation. Amazing play, speed, overextending, try to hold those players back at Garden, but the entrance come through from the players of ACNO Finesse through that central garden, shut down as well, and the Huntsmen own P2 just like how they held on to P1 earlier on. And once again, Raven alongside Speed, overextending, moving on side of the perimeters of P2 to slay the players of ACNO Finesse before they can even make their way in. And I like what ACNO Finesse is doing, going in for the rotation for this money hill. But the one thing I do not like is the fact that that was a little bit too early for me, Zessi.
Yeah, I mean, that earliness is needed in order to gather their numbers because they cannot win the 1v1s. Even the 1v2s are in the favor of Huntsmen. Now they lose the priority. That will be a hard call for ACNO Finesse.
Yeah. And this is exactly why I said that rotation was way too early for me, right? You really need to play your timing well. You need to go back in there for all of those engagements. Great to see ACNO Finesse jumping right back in alongside Swiss, leading the charge along with all of his other team members to take control of this hard point. But the players of Huntsman playing it cool as well, gathering up their players at the gym and storming the front at the very same time. This is the power of the Malaysians. Huntsman now 106 points versus ACNO Finesse just at 17. That seems to be a dominant run for the Malaysians at the moment, Zazie.
Yeah, dominant run for the Huntsmen, investing 4 operator skills just to break through this money hill. They don't want to give any points to ACNO Finesse, and because of this, because of those operator skills, they gathered the score streaks. Alvari has 2 score streaks, Derp has 3 score streaks, and when you get the cluster strike, that is the perfect opportunity for the P4 to be closed.
Well, as it goes in here for the close, the players of Huntsman now doubling back down in for the rotation basketball court. And you see the kind of rotations that you make with 10 seconds left on the clock. That's the kind of rotations that I like because that's ample time for you to get across that map on raid and get those defensive positions locked down. The Huntsmen are onto something great here. All of their strategy has been neatened up and it looks like ACNO Finesse have got nothing on them. And as those players stack themselves up and the entrance all at the same time, there's the timing from the side of ACNO Finesse, but the smoke out of nowhere, cluster strike is dropped as well, and ACNO Finesse once again find themselves stuck in a tight little corner, unable to approach the hard point. One good Freddy will drop and take Speed out of his spot, but the defense by Raven, he will go back in there and make sure none of the players from the side of ACNO Finesse step on in and win it, but Joke breaks it. Speed double challenge back from the Malaysians. This is just insane performance out of the Huntsmen, Zessi.
Yeah, insane performance from Huntsman. If you are ACNO Finesse, you need to double or triple your strength. Now, Calip will try to salvage the situation with the Annihilator, but it's 10 seconds remaining. And Huntsman is very willing to give this opportunity for ACNO Finesse to gain their points, just to trade the longer points in the P5. And now with the preparations having by Huntsman, they have secured the spots here. They have secured the entrances that ACNO Finesse could go through. And because of this, they will be putting ACNO Finesse in a disadvantage because they have two operator skills ready here, AJ.
Oh my, ACNO Finesse outsmarting the players of Huntsmen, taking the fight from the side of Square Center, using those pillars as cover, and they managed to break the early rotation of Huntsmen inside of P5. But now they need to win each and every single one of their gunfights and hold on to this defense. But that has been the challenge since the start of this hardpoint match. But Kalip doing so much to hold on to the hardpoint. Asma breaks it, backstab from Azra, needs to win this big gunfight. But Asma slays him as well, jumps behind the boulder, stays alive, gets another kill, but Swiss drops him back and forth. But the Huntsmen seem to have the majority of the control of these hardpoints. 14 seconds to go, just enough time for Huntsmen now to rotate over to the next hardpoint.
Man, ACNO Finesse is stepping up their game right now. They're having the kills in their lead, and now they are getting the early rotation on the P1. Joke will not be preventing Raven, but still 3 members will be challenged by 5 members. They need to survive this wave, but now the rest of ACNO Finesse is securing the power positions, and they are still holding this hard point right now. But Alfari, one-man team, one-man defense, he falls down, and ACNO Finesse will be gaining these points right now.
What they can pull off here as the players of ACNO Finesse drop back into Square Center. They've held on to it already for quite a long time. Azra inside of that power position, inside of Laundry, trying to win his gunfight. But Raven just a little bit too smart from him behind the blue and slays him out of his spot. Strafey from the back, but too many of the players from the side of Huntsmen to go in and engage with. Asma backstab. Alfari takes that opportunity to drop him with the Annihilator. Power position now assumed by the players of Huntsmen. Laundry for the hold, and ACNO Finesse have to attack from the back. But look at this overextension coming through from 2 of the players out of ACNO Finesse, all the way from basketball court.
Oh, no.
Now, I understand the long rotation, but that was a little bit too long, Zezzy.
Yeah, it's too long for that rotation, and they're preparing for the next hard point. Now, their long rotation won't be working because that is an isolated fight. In 1v1s, Huntsmen will definitely crush them, and because of that, a lot of time has been wasted for the side of ACNO Finesse, and in the end, it's still Huntsmen that gathered the spawn. They have the position in the hard point, and their position right now is seemingly unbreakable here, AJ.
Yeah, and just because of the point that you mentioned already, right, Huntsmen are winning all of those one-on-one engagements. In fact, they're even winning those one-on-two engagements. The players of ACNO Finesse need to step up, but there's a lot to ask for from within this matchup in itself, because they have to match up to the mechanical capabilities of the Huntsmen that far outclass them. And the Malaysians should be able to wrap things up good now. Less than 10 more points for the side of Huntsmen to wrap things up. Speed still winning a majority of his gunfights. There is a pop of that Gravity Vortex gun from the side of ACNO Finesse. Swiss delivering it in, but none of those players are able to step on in and sustain themselves. Huntsmen drop it 250 to 93. A stellar performance out of the Malaysians, Zezzy.
Yeah, stellar performance indeed, and it was as noble, definitely as noble from the P3, from those coordinated operator skills. They translated it into the score streaks, and from there on, the momentum was there. And I think Neptune here will be agreeing on that point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is a good opportunity for ACNO Finesse to really take that money hill from Garage, but they missed that. And it was still a takeover by the Huntsmen. And that is where they really started off getting a lot of, well, actually, they started off already in the P1. So, but more points has been taken in there by Huntsmen. As they move along at the other points of this hard point. I mean, it's only the scrap points that has been taken by ACNO Finesse, and I would agree with you, Ceci. The way I'm watching the games in there, they are just auditioning one at a time, trying to be shot in there or trying to move in and challenge the hard point, and they are being taken down. 1v2s really is not working for them, or 2v1s not really working for the sides of ACNO Finesse, and hopefully they will be able to master moving in as a squad, as a team, to go and take that hard point and getting a good position within every hard point to be able to accept or challenge anyone who will be contesting them. And that is one thing that I would say that is missing for this side of ACNO Finesse, because so far the contentions that has been done by Huntsman are really that well that even a Speed is going solo. He can take one as the rest of the teams will be rotating far into the next hard point. So that is one thing really that ACNO Finesse, I'm asking for them. They need to work on that. And there you have it. We have the first map already over, and 200 to 250 to 93 in the scores. It's saddening to see that ACNO Finesse, when we have I'm thinking that they will be able to show up in here really challenging the Huntsman. But I would agree with what AJ has mentioned earlier. The Huntsman really is on their way to take on this group to be able to step in onto the playoffs. But we are now moving into standoff and search and destroy. And so far from this team, the respawn is moving into the favor of the Huntsman. And we are now starting it off right here. I'm seeing it might be very close for both these teams, but it's up to the team to really show up and challenge this fight. Sassy and AJ, this is a game, search and destroy. Please take it away.
Now we are going to the search and destroy, and ACNO Finesse. They need to win this one in order to just close the gap. And I think they need to be slow here right now, AJ, just to play the numbers.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they need to play something back against the Huntsmen, and clearly taking those one-on-one fights, in a rushed manner isn't going to help them in any case whatsoever. But, I mean, from the very get-go, two players from the side of ACNO Finesse already dropped. Notchi takes Raffi. Missing out on a lot of these engagements because of how quick they are. You don't know exactly where these players are going to strike from, but Swizz recovers one as he shuts down Azmal. The numbers all equal on both sides. The players of ACNO Finesse just need to slow it down a little bit more and punish the players of Huntsmen. But information on the side of Kalip, he sees that B-bomb side all on the clear. ACNO Finesse, they can go on and rotate, but the bomb is on the ground.
Yeah, the bomb is on the ground, and now they pick it up. But Huntsmen, they are very cohesive. This is a hard bomb site to break. And if you are ACNO Finesse, you need to take those isolated fights. Derp will be taken out, and this could be it. But Caleb is so alone right now. He needs some cover. He needs some backup. And this, they are wasting their opportunity. Now it's back to square one. Swizz will be left alone against Pete and Alfari.
Let's see exactly what Swizz can pull off in here, because it is that 1v2, but he's got the Holger 26 in hand. In terms of the mag size, he's unlimited with those 100 bullets, but speed is a little too fast. That mag 10 will always bag it in that sort of a distance, and Huntsmen get that first round. But that was a little close because Huntsmen started off strong, and we saw a equally strong response by ACNO Finesse to equalize those numbers. Things just broke down a little too fast there for Huntsmen to do anything much about it, but just a couple of mistakes from the side of ACNO Finesse for Huntsmen to take advantage of that, Zazie.
Yeah, it was just one mistake from ACNO Finesse, that engaging in an open field against a head glitched player and then just going alone against two members. That is not what you want if you're ACNO Finesse. And now it's a 2v2 situation in just a blink of an eye. But these are isolated fights. They need to win this 1v1s. But now, ACNO Finesse, they are winning this and they are changing the narrative here, AJ.
I am glad they are doing so, right? Because it's high time they show us exactly what they're capable of pulling out on that battlefield as well. But this is SND. Picking off one single victory, one single round isn't going to mean anything if they cannot string it up for themselves. So let's see exactly what Joke has got in store for us. That trophy system will be played. First DLQ in hand. And Azra drops Nochi. That is a beautiful opener. And Swizz takes out Alfari as well as Strafe gets traded out. But Caleb dropped, and that means the numbers are all equal. ACNO Finesse, great start. But Huntsmen are fighting back. Speed might get caught out here. Azmal and Azra catches his back. Speed hasn't been punished just yet, so Huntsmen still have a chance in here.
Yeah, Huntsmen. Oh my goodness, and that chance will be reduced. But Derp right now, for sure, he wants to clutch this up. 1v3 situation. Derp is finding for information, but Joke through the wall. He finds him first, and that will be the shutdown coming in from ACNO Finesse.
Good plays coming through from ACNO Finesse. The challenge is to keep it up. That was what we mentioned at the start of round 2, and they are keeping it up. They just need to continue stringing this along. Use this momentum to continue building, but it's all going to be in the hands of Joke most of the time. And he also needs to shut down two main people, right? Derp as well as Speed, but one mistake by Azra. He spots the player and turns around to run. Notchi shuts him down with the CBR4. Notchi, can he get another one? Joke finds that tag, but he himself is tagged up and has to reposition. The players of ACNO Finesse are not standing their ground, Zessie.
Yeah, they are not standing their ground right now. They're falling one by one, and this could be a deadly mistake for our ACNO Finesse. Now, overextension committed by Azmal. And he finds Joke, but the quick scope finds him instead. And now he got the AR, but Notchi with the headshot. It's an individual fight here, AJ.
It's going to be the players of ACNO Finesse cleaning this up potentially. It's a 1v2, but Swiss has built up all of that momentum already. CBR4, one of the best guns to use in the current meta. And you know he should be able to pull this off. The timing just needs to be solid. He's got the bomb as well. So the advantage not really on the side of Huntsman if Swiss can play his positions well. But Derp, the sniper, he's going to be the biggest threat here for Swiss.
Oh, Swiss here has actually an advantage. He has a long-range gun. He has a short-range gun. And the thing that he needs to do is to pick his battle wisely. That is the only thing. And I think in the 1v1, he can win this one. But Derp is waiting for him. So one small mistake, it could end his life.
Oh, nice!
Oh!
The timing, bro. Pulls up. Secondary, and Swiss drops him as well. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if there was anyone who was going to be able to pull that off, it was going to be Swiss. Now he's built up enough momentum. He's stringed it along just like what we wanted out of them. ACNO Finesse has a strong chance of stealing this away from the Huntsmen, Zezzy.
And very well played from Swiss right there. That's how you choose your battle. CBR against a sniper on that range. He definitely won it. But now Notchi with a triple kill. Now going for the fourth kill. He gets it. It's a fourth kill. Now can he get the ace here, AJ?
Well, let's see if or not he can secure that. Azra backed away already towards backyard. The closest one to him will be Alfari. And as Alfari continues to rotate around, Azra in a lot of trouble. It's all about the timing here. Notchi wants his ace, but speed to catch it. And Alfari with that backstab seems to have paid off. And one round pulled back for the side of Huntsman.
Alfari, why? You could have called Notchi here and hey, come here. The last one is here. I think that would boost the morale of Notchi if ever.
Call of Duty Mobile, bro. Timing is just not perfect, but Derp gets tagged up. Not dropped just yet. And gets away with a sliver of his health. Azmal, on the other hand, just spotting out those players. Caleb has been tagged up already, straight right behind him. And Notchi goes in for yet another strike, and Azra could not respond quick enough. Notchi spots out another player as well. Azmal for the backup. Two players hiding behind the blue vent. Strafe, as he rotates around, Notchi should be able to catch him out as well. It's all about the timing. Strafe does not match. Notchi gets dropped, and it's all equal in numbers.
No, all equal in numbers, but Azmal does something unexpected. The backstab comes in, and Joke will be taken down. Now he wants the double kill, but Strafe right now is on the way to the rescue. But Azmal, that will be a buy one, take one. Now, here comes another one. Triple kill right now. Can he get the last one? Swiss right now will be revealing himself, but this is a 3-man versus 1, and Derp will be shutting down his life through the wall, and Huntsmen will be tying up the scores.
Fantastic play coming through from the side of the Huntsman. And, just trying to keep things as light as possible, not really going in for the overextension, not rushing the process. Huntsmen, they are playing this as slow as they are supposed to be. The players are quite disciplined, but, not really my liking. Notchi just taking a lot of risks out there, Zezzy.
Yeah, I mean, Huntsmen right there, they were the defenders, but they were attacking. And now, they are the attackers, so this is the perfect role for them here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Azmal now has got a Peacekeeper in hand, spots out Caleb! But Caleb shuts down Derp before getting punished. Alfari finally shuts him down. Azmal taken down by Joke. Is just a final player on the side of ACNO Finesse. Once again, a 1v2 situation, but the biggest difference here this time is that Joke has got the DLQ. Long-range engagement, not a problem at all. Bomb in the hands of the Huntsman, now on the ground. They've planted it already. Not a lot of time for Joke to play with here.
No, this is it. This is definitely hard for Joke. He has no information. He definitely doesn't know where will be he expecting the opponents, but the CBR4 will be taken out. Could this be a 1v2 here, AJ?
It is a 1v2, brother.
I mean,
but I get you. Speed drops Joke 4-3, and the players of Huntsman full in front. ACNO Finesse, I really like them, blitzing through to the 3-point mark, but they seem to have just dropped a little bit of their advantage here. They're playing to the tune. They're playing to the pace of Huntsman, which should change, right? ACNO Finesse, maybe what they want to do is just hold a a tighter grouping together. They seem to be splitting up. It hasn't helped them out so far, Zezzy.
Yeah, and now the rhythm, the pace of Huntsman with Nochi rushing the pace. Triple kill for Nochi. Now looking for the fourth. The zigzag won't be working, but now this is a potential flank. But Joke is behind the opponent's lines, and this could be an outplay instead here, AJ.
Oh, solid play. And it's a 3v2. What's a joke? Oh, the positioning is just superb. Pulls out his secondary. MW11 for the win. Derp shuts down Joke, and now hunting for the final player, Ezra. As he turns around, he gets found by Derp, and the DLQ's just a little too spicy. Huntsman pull forward 2 more rounds to closing this off, Zezzy.
Oh my goodness, I thought Cardo Dalisay was from the Philippines. He's in Malaysia right now. Derp is using the MW11. And if you don't know Cardo Dalisay, AJ, he's the most famous pistol user in the Philippines. He has unlimited bullets and has unlimited lives in the movies.
Unlimited life say. Oh, Derp! That placement of his crosshair just absolutely perfect. Response time solid as well. Players on the side of ACNO Finesse, just 2 more left. Strafe as well as Swiss. Strafe as he backs away. They are on heavy defense on that A side, and this is what I'm talking about. Huntsmen know how to get creative. They bring the bomb over to that B bomb side, get the plan. ACNO Finesse have got nothing that they can do because they are scared to step out of their defenses, and now Derp has got the angles to work around with, but great slide by the player right in front of him. He misses that. Strafe gets caught out by Azmal, and Derp shuts down Swiss. Match point for the Malaysians.
And if you want ACNO to win, they need to slow the pace down because Huntsmen, they are really fast and they are confident with their 1v1s. Now, what you need to do for ACNO is to slow things down, let Huntsmen overextend and meet that overextending player with 5 people. And you need to stick together. The cohesiveness will be playing the numbers advantage because if you can't win the 1v1s, then try 3v1s, bro.
Speed drops 1. Now she takes 1 as well. 6-3. The numbers all on the side of Huntsman just a moment ago before Ezra equalizes against Nochi. Great headshot coming through. CBR4 in the hands of Ezra as he swings around. Doesn't find a single player from the side of Huntsman. All of them have already squeezed into that A-bomb side, but Joe drops Derp. That's going to be a big kill. Kalip now. The stun finds no one, no hit mark. Kalip, on the other hand, just teasing, shows Speed himself, and Speed just way too fast in that engagement. That MAC-10, just too good. Joke ducks away. Great engagement coming through from Joke as he re-engages in the wrong time. Speed just had way too many bullets. 7-3, Huntsman wrap up S&D.
Yeah, Huntsman wrap up S&D. They are very aggressive and they didn't let ACNO breathe, and because of that they cannot compose themselves. They cannot go cohesive here, and the teamwork, I mean the numbers here really is not allowed by Huntsmen. They keep on breaking those numbers and winning those isolated fights, and I think Neptune here would be agreeing on that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, isolated fights is where Huntsman is really going in and taking over this battle. And apart from that, like how well Azmal is getting the position, especially from the round number 6, wherein he was able to go and backstab 3 and take the 3 kills. That is one mistake that you don't want to do, especially in a search and destroy, because information is game in this battle, in this mode. And if you can let one behind you and take 3 of your members out, then you're already lost the information game. And that is where Derp has been doing so well, getting that information, using that snipe as how he get the information. And if you remember from game number 10, or the last game wherein we've seen Derp getting information of the left side of A and then moving into the right, and that is where they got the double kill from both of the members. So that is what Joke really has to do. Apart from initiating the game and initiating game with the sniper, he needs to get information and let his teammates take those power positions to be able, I relay that to them, to be able to go for the challenge. The rush as well is one thing that at some point I want and I love about ACNO Finesse. But the thing is, when the Huntsman did it, I love them. Like, I love how well they did it, even better. I mean, they went in for a quick rush, and that is, if I'm not mistaken, game number 8, and they went in and cleared out Alpha, and that's when they took that win from this round. So there are similar strats from both teams, but the Huntsmen are doing it better compared to ACNO Finesse. And I
Execution.
guess AJ, like, how about you? Do you think there are anything that you can say about ACNO Finesse with this game, especially on how they perform in the search and destroy?
I think they performed quite well to pull those rounds away from the players of Huntsmen, right? But we are looking at years of practice for the side of Huntsmen. We are looking at years of dedication into the Call of Duty mobile game itself from the side of Huntsmen. And that's the one advantage that they had. They had all of those mistakes that they've made in the past already that they've learned from. They've held on to positions that were terrible on the battlefield. They were punished for it. They were ridiculed. And this is the Huntsmen in the best form that they have ever been in. So, I mean, unfortunate for the players of ACNO Finesse that they are facing a Huntsmen team that are at the level that they are right now, right? So no surprise in that defeat. But I just want to see the fight out of ACNO Finesse, because if there's one mode that you perhaps can catch a team off right now in the current format of the competition, it's going to be control, because not a lot of teams have shown full control over control just yet.
Yeah, definitely. And then there we have it. We have control right now, starting it off. And Casters, Ceci and AJ, take it away.
Now Huntsmen will be starting the fight, but Azra here will be having the revenge at that time. Now Huntsmen here is setting up for the B, so ACNO Finesse would try, they would try to hold on for B, but now they're contesting it and they're losing life. Man, this is hard for ACNO Finesse.
Yeah, it's expected once again, because the players of Huntsmen, they have got that mechanical capability to very easily overcome ACNO Finesse. But it's most towards the strategy as well, right? Knowing exactly when to engage, listening out for those footsteps, engaging together as a team, sending out your prime player to take on all of those engagements. That is exactly where the players of Huntsmen have got the edge over ACNO Finesse. And now, once again, that A flag all lost over already. Huntsmen now just need to double back down towards that warehouse number 4. This is where they'll turn this into a team deathmatch, because as ACNO Finesse drops back to play that supreme defense, Huntsmen will try to get through them. And how do they get through them, Zessie? It's through those kills.
Yeah, it's through those kills, and that will be the winning factor for Huntsmen. Now, ACNO Finesse, if they want to counter the aggressiveness of Huntsmen, they need to rely on the terrain advantage. They need to use those covers in the B flag in order to hide from ACNO Finesse and kill them from afar, because on a head-on confrontation, they will be losing on the kills here, AJ.
Let's see exactly how they can rotate back, because they have got a 6 life deficit in comparison to the players of Huntsmen, but they are docking it down one by one. Dirk brings in the Rytech AMR, but is challenged by a player who's just a little too sleek, a little too smart, quickly doubles back down. Strafe's not going to get caught out by that play just yet. Azra, as he repositions, Dirk still finds him with that Rytech. Swiss steps it up towards Speed, as Speed goes in, places those markers. Swiss with a solo defense, clearing it off, but the numbers on the side of ACNO Finesse do not look healthy at all. A 4 life deficit now. Huntsmen could finish this off, so ACNO Finesse needs to pull out a miracle here.
Yeah, miracle will be needed for ACNO Finesse to win this one. Now they're playing it very, very slow, but Joke will be taken out. Will he have the outplay?
Nice.
No! He still lives another day here, AJ!
Beautiful, man. Joke just sidestepping in that engagement against Notchi, managing to catch him off guard. Strafe just holding down all of those angles. Now, as risky as it is for the Huntsmen, it is for ACNO Finesse as well. Azra with a big kill through that CBR4. Raven tries to catch out one. All ACNO Finesse needs to do is just play time, double back down, play super defense. Don't allow the Huntsmen near the flag. But more importantly, do not die. Strafe, get out of the way! Raven gets that. And the players of Huntsmen secure the first round.
Man, Huntsmen were really determined to win that one, because Asma, I think it's Asma who popped off that Annihilator. He really wanted to kill that last person, and now I think it's worth it, because they are now 1 round ahead, and they are the defending sides, and the ACNO Finesse, they need to push here. But when you're talking about pushing, it's more of a Huntsman game here, AJ.
You know, I I want to say that ACNO FINESSE almost ripped that away from them, man. The numbers advantage on the side of HUNTSMEN were quickly docked down, and it got close all the way, I guess, to a 1 life versus 3, and ACNO FINESSE just shows us engagement-wise they can hold their own. But now as they have to go on the attack, the pace of the match just changes up a little bit. Kalib with a beautiful win over Azmal, 23-22. HUNTSMEN on a 2-life deficit as ACNO FINESSE now hop on into the white warehouse to take this away from the HUNTSMEN, but Speed appears and smashes 4 players back to back.
4 players back to back, and now he is closing down the gap of the kills. He brings out the death machine, but Strafe here with a God Nade cancels out the operator's skills. Now ACNO FINESSE is back on track. They're now having the investments coming in, and they're winning the gunfights now. So HUNTSMEN needs to conserve their operator skills for the next round.
16-13, ACNO FINESSE. They've invested in the Gravity Vortex gun already. Speed once again being so annoying, stringing himself up with those skills and punishing ACNO FINESSE. And ACNO FINESSE hasn't even been able to rip away a single flag just yet. But what they have been able to do is duck down all of those lives out of the players of HUNTSMEN. But as Ezra hops on in once again, if this is secured for ACNO FINESSE, they will be able to extend the timer by just a little bit. And that's exactly what they need, Zezzy.
Yeah, they are now doing it, but Swiss having a great defense. Now number 1 comes in there with a double kill, and with the pistol, now Azmal comes to the rescue. They are now having the lives lead, and this will be pressuring ACNO FINESSE. 20 more seconds, 3 more lives down, and ACNO FINESSE definitely slowing down, but they cannot slow down because the time is ticking. The pressure is there, and HUNTSMEN, very well played, manipulating the objective in order to force the mistake out of ACNO FINESSE.
Oh, fantastic, man. Fantastic engagements coming through from both teams. But HUNTSMEN just a single cut above ACNO FINESSE. One final opportunity for ACNO FINESSE to extend this, keep themselves alive, derp. I mean, it's always going to be those grenade galore at the start of the matchup. Who knows who's going to get lucky, but not. She just brings the KRM straight to the players of ACNO FINESSE, bagging 2. Derp, right to KMR from the back. Swiss trades out Azmal, but it's not enough. A 3 alive positive for the side of HUNTSMEN, and they want to run this all the way. The more important thing is that A flag getting ripped away at the same time.
Yeah, A flag will be ripped away. That will give HUNTSMEN the 1-minute extension to kill more lives. Now Notchi kills more lives here with a KRM. Just like the Death Reaper here, just claiming out lives and just telling them, hey, come to heaven. We'll be bringing you here. Now 7 lives deficit here in favor of HUNTSMEN. They're adding more, and now it's nearing the 10 kills gap.
ACNO FINESSE just need to find that, supreme defense once again with that solo B flag on their side. They should not make the mistake that they made earlier on, which is stand out in the open and make it so easy for the HUNTSMEN to shut them down. They need to hold on to those acute angles and punish the players of HUNTSMEN every time they appear. But Speed is just walking through them, Speed running through them, no pun intended, with his operator bagging player after player. ACNO FINESSE giving away like their lives like it's candy out there, Zezzy.
Yeah, they're just having a live giveaway, and the Predator missiles take those 2 lives, double kill. Very explosive ending here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, superb performance by the players of HUNTSMEN. Easy 3-0. This was something we saw coming forth already based on the performance of both teams in the competition so far within Group C. And it's just proven by the HUNTSMEN that they are just a cut above ACNO FINESSE. Great engagements overall out there on the battlefield. We can't wait to see more from these 2 teams. But first, let's see exactly what our dearest host has to say. Neptune, your thoughts, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, I would say rushing is not really working for the side of ACNO FINESSE. Every time they go and rush, they are being taken down one at a time, or at some point, like half of the team is already out. And when they took it tactical and slow, that's when they had the advantage going into game number 1. And it would just so happen that Speed, as you mentioned, AJ, that is direct to the point, very, very annoying. With the slide and the movement that he can put in this game, really brought him a lot of kills, as well as the usage of the operator skills on that final moment really has given the advantage more to the HUNTSMEN. And hopefully this is one thing that ACNO FINESSE will be able to learn, because we mentioned this from the start of this whole series, wherein rushing is not really. Yes, it's favorable for them on their mechanical skills, like on the skills that they have, but it's not working on 1v1s. And
Mm.
if they cannot do that on 1v1s, probably rethink their tactics. And I think that is what Ceci mentioned earlier, because they cannot take it on mechanical skills or 1v1, 1v2, but they can pull out another strategy to be able to challenge Huntsman right there. But there you have it. It is a 3-0 starting it off from Raid. Just a recap, it's a 250 to 93. We have a standoff in there for search and destroy, 7 and 3 in the points, and a 3-0 in firing range in control. And this is all Huntsman. And we've already mentioned here that the experience, or AJ mentioned here that the experience that a Huntsman really got from all the tournaments back then, way back then, up until this moment, this is what they are showing right now. And I really love how the Huntsman has been moving every competition. Like, they have been performing, improving so far. Hopefully, we'll see more to the scores from them when they go and challenge other teams who are on the top bracket when it comes to the points, so that we will see how much more they have improved, especially towards this time that they're halfway through within this group stages. But
Yeah.
AJ, what
Yeah.
else can you say about ACNO Finesse that they really need to improve on the upcoming matches that they are going into?
Yeah, I think the strategy part from the side of ACNO Finesse is just a little bit weak, right? But what is good for the side of ACNO Finesse is how quickly they recover from those situations, how quickly they match up against the strategy and play their own counter strategy against Huntsman. For example, initially it was those early rotations that I really didn't like out of the side of ACNO Finesse, right? But they found a way to repair those early rotations towards the late part of those games. They also found a way to stop rushing into the Huntsman at that hardpoint matchup in itself. The one thing where they couldn't repair was those mechanical engagements. Now, that comes with time, that comes with a lot of practice, that comes with a lot of competition and scrims as well, which we can't hold against the players of ACNO Finesse. They just have to continue trying to step up their gameplay out there on the battlefield. But overall, in terms of strategy, I feel like they were taking it to the players of Huntsman. Like, even in this SND, we did see that, right? They dropped the first round, 3 rounds back to back, but as good as they are matching up to the strategy of their opponents, so are the Huntsmen. Once again, they've lost in so many different ways in the past that they know what sort of mistakes they shouldn't be repeating out there. And that's one of their greatest strengths, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the strengths that they have right now, going in for the battles, they need to capitalize on that to be able to fight it off and get all those points. But this is a lot more that ACNO Finesse can take in, and hopefully they'll be able to put it into play and put it into practice right now. And I would understand. I mean, ACNO Finesse, though the ACNO part, the ACNO name is really have been in there doing the scrims as well as other tournaments, but the team itself compared to the Huntsman really needs a lot more of experience. And this is one thing that I learned in this game. No matter how much you have been put down, the moment you move and stand up and improve yourself, you'll be able to get to where you want to go. But speed right now, and speed, has the movement. We've seen that from the respawn as well as in search and destroy. This guy really, I would say, if I play against him, like, I'm an OG. I'm an old guy. That is what OG means for me. And going against this, how fast he is, like, I will be beat. Not only if he's a pro, but how fast he moves towards that, towards the battlefield. And I've been told that. I mean, I'm not quite sure if you know about that, AJ, but I think Ceci knows that. Like, OG, who is an old guy who moves slow. So speed is not that guy. Speed is very fast, very annoying. And I mean, these are the young kids. Like, the kids nowadays have been using the movement to the advantage, plus the mechanical skills that they have. But so far, there you have it for the first series of today's battle, and we are going in for a quick break. So hopefully when we come back, you will still be there. See you soon.
Hey! Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay. Here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of notes today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and you're still watching Garena Masters Season 3, day number 5, where we've seen the first match already happening, and that is the Huntsman going against ACNO FINESSE. And a lot of things has already been told about the history as well as what needs to be done by this team. But I'm pretty sure, as was mentioned earlier by Ceci, this is one team. The next team who will be playing today is one team that really has what it takes. And the ones challenging them, I would say, the ones challenging them really need their foot forward in this battle, because we're talking about the West Point Mamba Low-Kings and Sector Zero. And we mentioned that these two teams are the set of teams that was challenged or fought against the previous series that we've seen. And AJ, what can you say about this series that we're about to see?
Sector Zero is a team that was scrapped together for this competition, right? And it's not going to be enough to take it all the way unless they've got like some miracle play, some miracle strategy behind in their back pocket, just to whip out and say, boom, in your face, I take the win, right? Because they're going up against a team that is as close as perfect right now. West Point Mamba Low-Kings have been so dominant ever since they made their way into the big stage, and they've just been on a dominant run, right? This is a playoffs worthy team already. In the more recent times, we've seen a little dip of performance, but that dip of performance is nowhere near enough for Sector Zero to take advantage of, because not only are they taking mechanically great players, they're taking on a team that is so sound when it comes to those strategies. I mean, their coach has done a phenomenal job guiding this team, and that is going to be the hardest thing. West Point Mamba Low-Kings are great mechanically capable players out there on the battlefield with the best strategies on their side. So it's going to be a tough one for Sector Zero, even though they've got some superstars on their side, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the superstars from their side can put a lot of things, but it's more of how the chemistry against those who are new to the team that will be able to work it out against Low-Kings. And we've heard and seen so much of the Low-Kings from other tournaments, apart from the Garena Masters, other tournaments apart from this, wherein they have been showing great performances. And as you mentioned, AJ, I mean, it's very perfect right now, getting 6 wins out of all the games out of 6 games that they played on. And it's, I would say, really, really difficult to challenge for the side of Sector Zero. But how much more how much more hype can we give into this team of Low-Kings? And it's more of what can Sector Zero show in this game. And I think it goes back to the previous series that we've seen of Huntsman and ACNO FINESSE, wherein it's similar on the tenure as well as on the skill base. But looking at the Sector Zero team right now, we have mids iPow, you know the name. We have Pepsi, Shifra, as well as Virus right here. I'm just hoping that iPow will be able to bring this team to a different height, going and challenging Low-Kings right here. But Ceci, what can you say about Sector Zero, and what can they do against Low-Kings?
I mean, they do have the experience individually, so what they need to do is to improve their teamwork. And I do believe that the star-studded lineup from Sector Zero can do something, but in the face of West Point Mamba Low-Kings, I think they can have a chance on the control mode, but on the hardpoint and search and destroy, it could be a close game, or it could be a one-sided domination here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the numbers that they have right now, they had the respawns against the Huntsmen as well as ACNO FINESSE when they played before, and we mentioned them as well earlier before the game start from the first series. But AJ, do you think there is anything that any team, I'm not referring just to Sector Zero, any team can do against Mamba Low-Kings or West Point Mamba Low-Kings right here to really put them down and bring them, not take them to the top 2 of their group?
I mean, if you're looking for a team to knock down the West Point Mamba Low-Kings, the only potential team within this group is HUNTSMEN. But we really have to wait for that engagement, right? Because I think West Point Mamba Low Kings really want to prove themselves after the previous major that they hopped on into. So it's even going to be for the quality of Huntsmen a challenge nonetheless. But, in this group, the Huntsmen, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, Huntsman really is one of the team that has been improving so far to be able to challenge Low Kings right here. But as for the record of Low Kings, it's really, I would say it's really, really tough to challenge and go against this team because this team is a more of I would say juniors to the Kings, that like the current Kings that we have right now, performance based, as well as the way they move, the way they go in for the fights. It's just the experience as well as the tenure that they have in tournaments just like this that might be their I would say disadvantage against the Kings, and hopefully we'll be able to see them show up and our other team show up against the Low Kings and find out if there were really anything that will be the downfall of the Low Kings right now. But looking in the head-to-head MVP right now, or for these teams of Low Kings as well, Sector Zero, PJ, and IPOW is in the mix. And looking at the average kills, it's really, really tied up. And I would say for both these teams, IPOW has been performing, and PJ, on the other hand, is really bringing not just not just this member, but also other members of the team to give out a lot of points in terms of kills. And hopefully that will be translated as well for the side of Sector Zero. It's not always IPOW that really needs to work this out. Other members of the team really needs to step up. I would not say to the level of IPOW, but at least to be able to balance it off for the whole team, or probably exceed them. We've seen that so far, AJ, wherein newcomers was able to perform better than the old one. Am I right, AJ?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you've got the element of surprise to play against some of the teams out there. And once again, even if you are a team that has been so dominant out there on the battlefield, the greatest weakness is the fact that you have got all of your playbook out there for everybody to analyze, right? You've got all of your strategies, on clear display, because obviously that's exactly how you win it. So unless you have got a supreme strategist on your side, which Olea unfortunately is for any of those teams that take on West Point Mamba Low Kings, because that team is going to be able to re-strategize and re-look at the way they approach some of these matches, right? And the one thing that I've noticed about the West Point Mamba Low Kings is that they've got plan A, they've got plan B, then they've got plan C, D, E, F, G in case the first few actually fail. And they'll keep switching it up. And that's the main reason why they've been able to catch so many of those teams off guard, especially when it comes to those S&D engagements. I mean, when you look at Hardpoint, it might have not been noticeable all that too much in the past because of the limited number of points. So those rotations and those comebacks might have been a little bit on the lesser side. But with this new format, going all the way to 250 is where we will once again be able to see the kind of adjustments West Point Mamba Low Kings bring against the other teams. But it's not something that you'll be able to enjoy in the group stage just yet. Because unfortunately, even as I say, the Huntsmen are the closest ones to challenging them. Even they got thumped up 3-0, right? So West Point Mamba Low Kings right now in this group, they look a little bit untouchable. So that's going to be unfortunate for Sector Zero. Hopefully, the brilliance from IPOW and his sniping skills might shine through here in that S&D to shut them down. But apart from, some flashy plays, I don't really see how anyone can take the fight to WPM just yet.
Yeah, I mean, that is what is showing right now. And as we usually say, the numbers don't lie, but there's still some expectation. I'm going to repeat this from the earlier series that we've seen. I'm really hoping for the best for Sector Zero right now. IPOW really needs to bring this team to a different height. And I'm just pointing out IPOW, all of the members, so that they will be able to show up. And showing up is not just attending and fighting the battle. Really show up, show and think about that they are on the road to take down Low Kings right here in this game. Starting it off on firing range and hard point. Ceci, what do you think are the strategies that Sector Zero has to do to counter the Low Kings?
Sector Zero needs to do is to activate IPOW and break the formation of West Point Mamba, because West Point Mamba Lokings, they do have this solid strategy, solid positioning. They have this very it's not complicated, but I think you can say it as a rigid strategy, because they tend to focus heavily on the positions, and on the offensive side, they do love to encircle every time. So if you're Sector Zero, you need to expand your defensive parameters, win those 1v1s, or just go for the stack here and just destroy the formation of West Point Mamba.
Yeah, I mean, good point in there, Ceci. And, well, we're looking forward to IPOW being activated for this first map. This is firing range, hard point right now. And so far, for this map, AJ, we've seen the Low Kings so many times already, and not just from the Garena Masters, but other competitions as well. Is there a team that you would say would be the best for you for the West Point Mamba? A team member that will be the best for you from the West Point Mamba?
Well, I mean, if you're looking for the best guy out of West Point Mamba Lokings, you're looking at PJ. And the main reason why I say PJ is not because he's a great overall player that is the hardest hitter on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, but this guy has got insane statistics on all three game modes. I'm talking about S&D, control, and hardpoint. It is PJ, right? He's got a 41.5 average kills on hardpoint. How insane is that, Neptune? Yeah, exactly. Ridiculous KD on those hardpoints. Yes, it's a race to 250 points. And once again, this is where West Point Mamba Lokings truly show off their stuff, right? With the new format of that hardpoint being stretched all the way to 250, they get to show us their supreme rotation, and more importantly, their engagement quality out there on the battlefield. On those SNDs, he's got average 10 kills on every single SND games. Control, he's the guy with the biggest numbers as well. So PJ, no doubt whatsoever, buddy.
Yeah, and definitely he is one member that we need to look out for. But the game is now beginning for Hardpoint, and Ceci and AJ, please take it away.
Now, West Point Mamba Lokings, they're on the losing side right now. Sector Zero gaining those few points. But I think West Point Mamba Lokings here has not yet established their positions. Once you transition into P2, you'll see where will they position. And now, they're actually Sector Zero is actually starting to counter where West Point Mamba Lokings should stand. And with that stealing their positions, they could actually fight this. But so far, West Point Mamba Lokings, they're winning on the gunfights. And Sector Zero, it's a close game. And this is the perfect opportunity for the spawn trap.
Yeah, great play coming through from the players of Sector Zero, taking over the auto repair first. But West Point Mamba Lokings, they hit back just as hard. 17-25. Sector Zero thinking they can run away with this matchup, but they cannot just think. They need to do it, and they need to make sure they put the distance between themselves as well as the players of West Point Mamba Lokings. But this early give up of that first hard point, allowing West Point Mamba to pick up those scrap points, that's going to be a little bit of trouble being asked from the players of Sector Zero. Here's Jesse.
Yeah, and now Sector Zero, they have taken the advantage point against West Point Mamba Lokings. And if you can observe, Sector Zero is actually establishing the points here, because where Sector Zero stands is supposedly the position of West Point Mamba Lokings. Luffy is prioritizing the upper side of the map, and now they are just countering the movements of West Point Mamba Lokings. But of course, West Point Mamba Lokings, they have their answer in the kills and in the gunfight department.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we always peg them a notch above the players of Sector Zero when it comes to those engagements, and they are proving it out there on the battlefield. They recover their points, but IPOW, without even stepping into the hard point, makes the life just a little bit more difficult for the players of West Point Mamba Lokings. But as you can see, they string those kills right back to back to hold on to the hard point. 9 more seconds, not a single one pulled away by Sector Zero, and therefore they drop back into an early rotation for the White Warehouse. Great strategy coming through here, Zezzy.
Yeah, great strategy coming in from Sector Zero. Now, West Point Mamba Lokings, we can expect the encirclement to happen here, but number 5K Low is pushing all by himself. Shifra will be destroying the encirclement of West Point Mamba Lokings, and they can breathe for a second here. Regain their momentum. Number 4, iPow will be the one preventing that encirclement. And this is the perfect opportunity for iPow to backstab the West Point Mamba Lokings, and they clear off the waves of West Point Mamba Lokings. So now you don't see West Point Mamba Lokings on the hard point.
Oh, that's a great play coming through from the side of Sector 0, but Luffy, fully streaked up already, can drop all of those score streaks on the players of Sector 0, but it's all about the timing of those score streaks that is going to be so important. Virus holding on to this white warehouse, getting those kills back to back. 3, make that 4. He streaks himself up as well, and he's going to be quite the challenge for Luffy to take on a little bit later on. 14 seconds to go. Sector 0, a lot of points picked up already, but sacrificing those crab points might be a problem. Mids needs to win this. He doesn't. PJ rips it away, and West Point Mamba Lokings always find those grabs to make sure Sector 0 doesn't run away way too far.
I am impressed with Sector 0. They are not letting West Point Mamba Lokings go to their positions. And now Sector 0, they have thoroughly researched West Point Mamba Lokings. They do not let them get the weapons that they need and the rotations that they need. But now PJ, of course, they have the answers through those double operator skills. Luffy is still fully streaked up. So Sector 0, they need to double back down first. They need to find the timing, but they would be deciding to fight fire with fire.
Oh, yep, they fight fire with fire indeed, taking the gunfight straight to the players of Sector 0. 30 seconds to rip away now from the barracks hut. Yopi backstab, finds no one inside of the white warehouse, but he himself gets backstabbed by Mids. What a play from the players of Sector 0. Outclassing West Point Mamba Lokings. This is something one would have not expected to see in this matchup. But West Point Mamba, they've made their way back in here. They've caught up, and now they want to run away with these points, but not a lot of time left at this hard point. And those early rotations on the side of Sector 0 should be enough to grab that lead right back away from West Point Mamba. Here, Zezzy.
Yeah, they are now getting those leads, but now Sector 0, they are contesting for those power positions, auto repair shop, and this position from PJ. Now they need to establish those positions first before contesting onto West Point Mamba Lokings, and that's why you don't see Sector 0 in the hard point, because Luffy is standing on the tower, can activate the spawn trap here, and he's fully streaked up. Now he has the Annihilator. That will be worsening the situation for the side of Sector 0, and they have nowhere to go. They cannot penetrate this with this godly position from West Point Mamba Lokings.
Okay, low, beautiful position held on to at the very corner, and now the players of West Point Mamba running away with the matchup. Just a mere 20-point lead means nothing in the game of hardpoint, but the way West Point Mamba Lokings builds up their momentum, that's gonna be extremely dangerous, Zezzy. Sector 0 needs to find a solution. PJ gets the first one, wall bagging his way to the other side, dropping Pepsi as well. That's illegal, brother. West Point Mamba Lokings showing off a little bit on the battlefield, Zezzy.
Yeah, Lokings right now is showing off. They have now activated their positions, and that is what makes them deadly. And Virus will be killing himself in the process. Now this is the conversions from West Point Mamba Lokings. The investments will be coming through, and this will make Sector 0's lives even more harder with the X1 Goliath from Luffy ready to establish them, and this is the cluster strike preventing the Sector 0 from coming in. Now West Point Mamba Lokings, through these breathers, they can expand their positions, they can establish where should they guard from. But now Sector 0 has found the break, and West Point Mamba Lokings, they are looking to go for the encirclement.
Virus now backing away very slowly, making sure he sectors all of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings to approach him. And he just continues to spray through those smokes, getting kill after kill. This is just pure game sense of all of that information memory retained of playing firing range domination so many times. He anticipates the presence of his opponents and slices them down one after the other. All 14 points for the players of Sector 0 to rip away now and catch up with the West Point Mamba Lokings. And West Point Mamba taking a huge risk by allowing them to do so here, because Sector 0 has proven to us that they can take the lead, and if they keep this up, they might be able to down the players of West Point Mamba.
Oh my goodness, Sector 0 has already encircled the West Point Mamba Lokings, but because of those 1v3s, 1v2 outplays from PJ, they are doing the job well. They are defining the very definition of defenders, and they did it very well. Now Sector 0 would once again struggle to get inside this hard point, because West Point Mamba Lokings, they have established their positions. Now Sector 0 will be devouring the numbers of West Point Mamba Lokings, and this could be deadly for West Point Mamba.
And they hopping on in a little bit too late. That gravity vortex just delaying PJ's access, but he hops on in, eats up high power, and a couple of players inside of the white warehouse. West Point Mamba Low-Kings are not done just yet. PJ now holding on. Pre-fire coming through those openings just to make sure nobody challenges him just yet. Will have his partner join him as well, but Pepsi with a big win gets a double for himself as he drops PJ. Luffy returns fire. Pepsi secures it. The players of Sector Zero haven't lost this just yet. Final 5 seconds, it belongs to them. iPow brings out the Dragonfire just to get a little bit of extra information over at the barracks hut, and this is going to really be a lot of benefit to the side of Sector Zero. The game of information extremely crucial at this point here, Ceci.
Yeah, information will be crucial now. XS1 Goliath will be the ones defending this hardpoint. Luffy will be taken down with the Predator missile.
yeah.
Now still Sector Zero is struggling to get inside, but through the jungle they go. There's no way that they can pass through the PJ's Annihilator. And man, oh man, West Point Mamba Low-Kings, this is how they establish the position, and once they establish those positions, they are unstoppable, AJ.
Oh yeah, Sector Zero, they have got a great chance in here to make a comeback. Halo is going to be backed up here by Luffy, who also has the cluster strike on standby. These players on the side of West Point Mamba Low-Kings just need to continue stringing up all of these kills back to back. They're getting riled up because Sector Zero is taking the fight to them. Even they did not expect Sector Zero to do this well, but that's just encouraging them to step up their gameplay, and they are unleashing the beast inside of West Point Mamba Low-Kings. Virus, he once again drops the player, but they're not playing the hard point just yet. Just the power position. Backstab coming through. Luffy doesn't find anyone. Great angles held on by Sector Zero inside of the auto repair. And that's the power position you desperately need if you want to hold on to this first hard point.
Now both teams heavily emphasizing the power positions. Both teams actually is stepping up their mechanical skills, but still West Point Mamba Low-Kings 30 points away, 20 points away from this win. Pepsi right now will try to go for the breakthrough, but with the positions of Sector Zero, they can probably do this hard point. iPow is on the tower. This is a very good position for our Sector Zero. West Point Mamba Low-Kings, they are on the losing ends, but with the Annihilator, they will be compensating for their positions.
Oh, but Luffy brings out the Annihilator, takes iPower out of the equation, and that power position is instantaneously dropped. West Point Mamba Low-Kings knew exactly what to do and knew exactly who was the biggest threat. But even after iPower gets dropped, Mitch takes over the hard point just to get taken out of the equation once again. Shifra, big kill, and he takes over the hard point. Kalo challenges, Shifra low, goes in for the drop shot, wins his gunfight. Sector Zero are not down and out just yet, but 5 more points on the side of West Point Mamba Low-Kings to close this off. A little too close. Sector Zero really needs to hustle right now.
Yeah, they need to break this hard point right now because it's now or never for them. But now 3 more points. The cluster strike is there to seal the deal. But they just need to step it up because there's no one stepping on the hard point. Sector Zero has already defended the perimeter. They're not letting Low-Kings get inside the hard point. And now it's their turn to get inside. But Kalo has the gravity vortex. PJ has the Annihilator. This is deadly for our Low-Kings. But man, oh man, the mistakes after mistakes are being committed by Low-Kings here, AJ.
And everything being done right by the side of Sector Zero. This is a big fight for them, but 2 more points for the players of West Point Mamba Low-Kings to finish this off. Yopi with the backstab, and it's all over. But Sector Zero, they showed their fangs, and they look so scary. West Point Mamba Low-Kings needed to step their play up in order to sustain their battle against them, and they did exactly that. At the start of the matchup, man, you could see exactly how much of pressure the players of Sector Zero were bringing into the matchup here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I am feeling that. When it started the game, I'm starting to see that Sector Zero really has improved compared to the previous game that we've seen them play. But we know the West Point Mamba Low-Kings. Like they started off slow, and then they know how to convert early loss into a win. But it was not the time that Sector Zero stopped. Like, I was on the edge of my seat for the final moment, thinking that it was the end of the game that will be taken by the Low-Kings. But the way Sector Zero held on to that hard point really is so great. But I would say if it's not just 2 points remaining, that can play out for a very, very long time. And there's a chance for Sector Zero to really take over this game. And I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it on both of you. Like AJ and Ceci, I am seeing great potential for Sector Zero right now. But Ceci, from that game, we've seen how well it started off. What do you think would be the factor that Sector Zero used against West Point Mamalo Kings from the start of that game?
Man, first things first, I this is the first time I saw West Point Mamba Lookings in this Garena Masters Season 3 struggling. And Sector Zero, what they did and the essence of their counterplay against West Point Mamba is stealing their positions. Because once you let them establish those power positions and those defensive parameters, then they are unstoppable. Now, in order for Sector Zero to stop them, they need to stop the roots first from growing deep. And it's very on point from Sector Zero. And I'm very surprised with their gunfights because I mean it's definitely a given because they are familiar names in the competitive scene and of course some of the Garena Masters and the Garena stage. But man, Sector Zero, I think their counter strategy is really working well against West Point Mamba Kings. They have researched well and they grasp the weakness of West Point Mamba Kings. But the thing here is that from the previous games of West Point Mamba Kings, they haven't given their 100%. Now Sector Zero is pressuring them to give their best.
All right, and there you have it. Hopefully, they will be able to give out their best right here, especially in Search and Destroy. And, well, this is a raid right now that they're playing into, and I really love how well Sector Zero is playing right here. So, AJ and Ceci, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. We will catch up with you in a little bit. It is S&D between these two teams at Raid. And as the players of West Point Mamba King set up their defenses, I really like what we are seeing out of Sector Zero here. Taking things slow and making sure they can pick off a couple of players before they head on in for a full-on engagement. Zazzy, yes, I say that, Kalo drops Pepsi. And what an unfortunate start for Sector Zero.
Yeah, unfortunate start for Sector Zero. And the West Point Mamba Kings, they tend to double back down once they get the numbers advantage. And you will see this later on because Demors is just waiting for that. He's not actually overextending. He is camping and waiting for the mistake of Sector Zero. They are waiting for them to be complacent enough. And now they will be meeting them in the middle.
Luffy, great position. Oh, come on, Luffy! Wall back out of nowhere. Didn't even know Shifra was there. Just took a wild guess and got so freaking lucky out of that shot. Amazing game sense, awareness from his side. But iPow is equal in terms of sniping capability. Shuts down Luffy. iPow knows there's yet another prize to be taken in there and continuously teasing Yopi with those back-to-back shots. As he repositions, Yopi's not going to be able to catch him off guard just yet. But Demos catches sight of a player. Can't drop him just yet. Mids repositions. Goes in for the re-engagement. And Virus with that information drops Demos. And here's Sector Zero readjusting. One final player left on the side of West Point Mamba Kings in the name of Kalo to get taken out for Sector Zero to secure round number 1.
Oh my goodness! Big brain moments for Sector Zero, my man. He used his teammate to bait the opponent, and West Point Mamba Kings, they bit the bait, and now they're suffering from that bait. Kalo right now wide open, and Sector Zero, they are doing it, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But that's just been first round. They cannot fall into the trap of complacency that West Point Mamba Kings are laying out. Teams usually get a little overexcited whenever they can take command of a matchup against a team that is rumored to, take a clean win against them, right? So that's the trap that is being set here by the players of West Point Mamba Kings. Sector Zero just need to be careful. Mids, overextension, goes in for the slide challenge, but Kalo drops him. And just like that, the numbers are all down on the side of Sector Zero. They managed to trade out Demors, but that's not going to be in anything but Shifra gets a double. Kalo dropped as well. Luffy spots out one player from the side of Sector Zero. It is the one and only Shifra. Slide challenge. Shifra slides right back into the defense, and Luffy still cannot call out his moves just yet.
And because of these numbers, West Point Mamba Kings will be forced to back down. They will be playing this defensive while placing UP on the backstab. Now, when they complete this position, when they complete this flank here, this would be deadly for Sector Zero. So now they need to check the backs, and iPow is exactly doing it, but he is with a DLQ. This is bad for the short range, AJ.
Oh, Shifra gonna get tagged up here and dropped even if he slides away. The range that Yopi has with that CBR4 was more than enough to reposition and slice him out. iPow with the perfect capability to take this backstab, but second guesses himself, needs to walk all the way up. DLQ. Shifra needs to, Yopi needs to be really careless. But he's repositioned outside of the window already, and iPow doesn't even know that he is there. Sneaks on in, information given away. Yopi catches him off guard once again. Big brain plays coming through from these two teams, but this time it's on the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings.
Oh my goodness, AJ. The game is so exciting. Big brain moment from both teams. And excellent counterplay from Yopi. He knows that iPow is a sniper. The positioning is perfect. The weapon choice is perfect. And now here comes another round. We are now back to square one. The momentum is definitely reset. But PJ, this is his specialty. Baiting out the opponents and letting them overextend. But Sector 0, sooner or later, they will be pushing because they are the attacking side. So West Point Mamba Lowkings, they are definitely grasping that idea and making that into their advantage.
Let's see exactly what the players of West Point Mamba Lowkings have in store for us this time around. It's all equaled up. They want to run away with this, no doubt whatsoever. Nobody wants to extend their own match. The quicker you can finish it off, the better. But no wall bangs coming through just yet for both of the snipers who are trying to catch each other a little bit off guard here. But the defensive positioning by both teams, quite solid here, Zezzy.
iPow is baiting the opponents, and now it is a chance for Sector 0 to move on to bomb site B, where it is a 3v1 situation. Now if Luffy will take the bait here, they will be dead. But now Luffy counters with a double kill, and the bait of Sector 0 will be destroyed. Now they need to grasp the bomb site B, but this time it's a 4v3, and with the numbers advantage, West Point Mamba Lowkings definitely will win this one.
No doubt whatsoever. The strategy just clicking for the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings. Not bothering to go out and bait, just like what iPow was doing, but instead just locking down their positions and making sure they hold on to those acute angles. And it pays off for the side of Luffy. And West Point Mamba Lowkings just sticks to their strategy, locking down those angles, not overextending. PJ spots out those players, but a good smoke coming through from the side of Sector 0, but a double from PJ as he gets that backstab. And this is what we're talking about. West Point Mamba Lowkings playing what they know and taking it straight to the opponent. Sector 0 had nothing on them on that round, Zezzy.
Clean execution from West Point Mamba Lowkings, coupled with their confidence and their boost in morale. Because of that double kill from the sniper, they have the confidence to take on Sector 0. But kudos to Sector 0 though. They are putting a huge fight here. And the strategies that Sector 0 is presenting is actually on par with West Point Mamba Lowkings. But the thing here is that was an unfortunate event for Sector 0 because of that double kill that changed everything. It destroyed their strategy. It destroyed their foundations that they were building. Now they're back to square one, and Luffy will be seeing the speed of Pepsi here, AJ.
Luffy, opportunity, one player in the corner, mid's taken out by Kalo. Oh, and a quick scope by Luffy. Goes in for yet another, but does not strike this time around. And it is PJ who just wraps things up for him. Luffy steps on once again outside. iPow bags Luffy. That angle held on by Luffy was just a little bit too weak, but now iPow about to get backstabbed, and Yopi catches him off guard. iPow down, Sector 0 all taken out. More than enough time for the defusal, and West Point Mamba Lowkings strings it along. And Sector 0, unfortunately, start falling back.
Yeah, Sector 0 is actually falling down right now. And iPow, it was a mistake due to pressure. He definitely knows that the gunshots are being heard from his back. But due to pressure, it makes you do things that you don't want to do. And I think that was the case for iPow. But for sure, he is actually an excellent sniper here. 4 kills under his belt. Now, Sector 0 wants to push on the middle. Quickly punished by West Point Mamba Lowkings. And they need to think about things again here, AJ.
Let's see what they can think about and execute out there in the battlefield. PJ just going in there, spamming the tree, and both of the sides, making sure he catch mids a little bit off guard. And, you know, the players of Sector 0 now falling into disarray after a couple of weak rounds. We started off really strong, but as soon as they detected that they couldn't really catch off the West Point Mamba Lowkings with some of their strategies, they seem to just be bashing their heads through, trying to look for kills. And Yopi is just going to be bagging them once again. West West Point Mamba Lokings just holding on to a few of those acute angles and locking their own positions down. Each and every single individual player playing their role out there. The moment they engage, they pass that information, get that kill, and just stick to their sides, which is amazing. Not overextending, not getting overconfident, Zezzy.
Yeah, that's on point. The analysis is on point, and I think the key players here will be PJ and the OP. They do love the response and the backstab and help West Point Mamba Lokings to defend and to destroy this aggressiveness of Sector 0. Now they are being punished, and now look at this position from West Point Mamba Lokings. They don't want Sector 0 to get out of this position, AJ.
Yeah, let's see what they can pull off here, Kalo. Being very patient, once again, locking down those angles, not overextending. West Point Mamba Lokings waits for them. Luffy shuts down iPow. Big kill coming through. Sniper versus sniper engagement. And iPow, you know, he used to be known as one of the best snipers in Call of Duty Mobile, but he really isn't delivering in these SNDs. And surprisingly, iPow is quite good at respawns right now. And dropping into SND, it's mostly Pepsi as well as Shifra that steps up for the team here, Zezzy.
Definitely. iPow here used to be the slayer of the Sector 0 in the response. But now, the Moors with the patience, it's definitely paying off. And this is deadly for Sector 0, AJ.
Bro. And it's a great engagement coming through from Demos, but just did not expect two players back-to-back. He gets traded out. Yopi shuts down Shifra. Two more players on the side of Sector 0 up against four on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. One grenade tags him up. Information play for the side of Yopi. Very smart. Throwing that grenade in first before going in for the engagement. But as soon as he gets that information, what does he do? He just holds his ground. He knows to anticipate a player from that angle. This is where, once again, the brilliance of West Point Mamba Lokings shows in an SND. The kind of discipline here is just absolutely stunning. But Virus catches off Luffy a little bit off guard. The numbers haven't been equalized just yet. Virus needs one more, but is out in the open. Just rushes on in there for that bomb spot. And if they get this plant, they get to extend the time, put on the pressure. But West Point Mamba Lokings not even waiting for that. They take the fight straight to them the moment they know they're going in for the plant.
Man, Sector 0 lost the time right there. But actually, it's a nice play from Sector 0, breaking the barrier that West Point Mamba Lokings erected. Now, Lokings, they really do love to play the positions. They do love to play what the play of Coach Olea has been presented. And because of that discipline, they are decimating Sector 0. Now 2v4, they want to go for the multiple angle entry, but with the 1v1s, what can they do, my man?
Luffy shuts down Pepsi. iPow trades out Kalo. The numbers not looking great for the side of Sector 0. Only having iPow to depend on, but Demos takes him out of the equation, so you don't have to worry about him anymore. 6-1 match point for the West Point Mamba Lokings.
Well, match point for the West Point Mamba Lokings. This is an additional pressure for the side of Sector 0. And when you are faced with pressure, the strategies that you have prepared beforehand might be faltering. Now the Godnates are connecting. West Point Mamba Lokings, they want to push this one or the 5v4 or 5v1 to counter the numbers. And once they do counter that, they will be establishing their defenses on the bomb site. Hey, now Pepsi needs to survive this one big wave in order to kill them. And now he exactly does it. But this is still a losing fight for Sector 0.
Oh yeah, West Point Mamba Lokings, once again, they've got the numbers advantage. Just need to wait for Sector 0 to take the fight up against them. Kalo spots one. Great movement as he sidesteps and grabs Mitz by the neck. Throws him on the ground. GGWP, West Point Mamba Lokings, they lose Kalo. The plays by iPow, trying to return the numbers advantage to their side. But once again, iPow, the final player left in the mix. As he wraps around, Peacekeeper is picked up. Has got the DLQ as well. Takes out the trophy system, but that's not going to be good enough. Up against three players, and the defusal within 90 seconds proves to be impossible as West Point Mamba Lokings grabs him, drops him, takes the win.
Man, West Point Mamba Lokings, they are still controlling the pace of the game. They do love to counter the strategy presented by Sector 0 with UP and PJ breaking the rotation of our Sector 0. They cannot just execute their strategies, man, because they keep on breaking through the backstabs, through the penetrations on their rotations. I mean, Op and PJ, they are actually going on the backstabs or on the middle in order to just, pesk around. And the Sector 0, with the lack of strategy, broken by PJ and Yopi, then West Point Mamba has the advantage.
You know, the players of West Point Mamba Lokings are very, very well adept at playing S&D. And one of the greatest values on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings to play this S&D is their patience as well as knowledge as to which of those angles to hold on to. And usually we have seen this so many times. When information is received by a certain team that there are players in a certain segment of the map, we see players immediately rushing in, going in for those backstabs, going in for the flanks to look for kills. West Point Mamba Lokings, they do not. They know the map so well. They just stick to their angles and they wait for the players of Sector 0 to approach them. Because when they're on defense, you can't run away. You have to approach my segment of the map to plant the bomb. And that's an information West Point Mamba Lokings knew so well and played to perfection. Neptune, they've blown my mind in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm blown as well. I mean, it started well for Sector 0 with that initial engagement, but from game number 2 wherein I think they went in a little bit too confident for that early rush. That started their downfall. And I've seen how well I've seen how well West Point Mamba Lokings as well has been converting early, like how they are converting the early part of the game towards their favor, and that is the winning point of West Point Mamba Lokings. But as we start in here on control mode, this is where we are going to see it. If it is a 3-0 right now, Cezzy and AJ, please take it away.
Now control will be starting. West Point Mamba Lokings, they are aggressive. Yopi right now wants to go for the spawn trap, but Virus will be taking those kills. Now we are having that tie in the lives, but West Point Mamba Lokings, look at their defenses. It's very well solid here, AJ.
Yep, West Point Mamba Lokings, they're going in there for the attack and trying to keep it fresh, right? Aiming for that A flag, but as they fall, they are sending those players to overextend, tease up that B flag as well, trying to focus on 2 points at the very same time to keep the players of Sector 0 super confused. They win out their gunfights. That A flag already going away. The first segment taken over by the players of West Point Mamba Lokings, and they want to go in for that second segment as well. Shifra, big kills coming through, but PJ holds on to the angle. Shifra, great wall bang, and they will be able to prevent that flag takeover. Sector 0 on for the clearance, but West Point Mamba Lokings, they're on to something here, Zezzy.
Yeah, they're on to something here, and now Sector 0, they are still establishing their defenses. Now, West Point Mamba Lokings, they're having difficulties, but PJ and Luffy with the breakthroughs, but still, that time is their greatest opponent. But still, 10 lives remaining for the side of Sector 0. West Point Mamba Lokings, they can win this one through the kills, but West Point Mamba Lokings, they want to capture B, they want to capture A, they want to divide their opponents and conquer the flags, and now it's working. No opponents in the vicinity. Number 5 Kalo will be checking out, but iPow will be defending the B flag. Excellent counter push from Sector 0. They have encircled the B flag here, but EOP taking advantage of the fact that there's 3 members on the B flag. That means that A flag is wide open and they want to get the A flag. Now, this will be a deadly challenge for Sector 0. 7 lives remaining and B flag should be defended here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. That A flag, of course, ripped away by the players of West Point Mamba Lokings. They add on the timer, and they will have a little bit of extra leeway here to play around with. The numbers don't look good on the side of Sector 0. They've doubled back down for a supreme defense. Kalo drops their numbers a little bit more. iPow taken out of the equation, and he will go ahead to throw on a trophy system in there as well so that none of those grenades take them out of the equation. DMOS downs those numbers. Kalo drops another, and Luffy takes the final kill as West Point Mamba Lokings dominate the first round.
West Point Mamba Lokings, very dominant strategy on the first round. Divide and conquer is their key because Sector 0, they tend on being cohesive. Now, in order to counter that for Sector 0, you need to divide your teams well. But the problem is that when you are faced with equal numbers, West Point Mamba Lokings, they tend to win those gunfights. And looking at now, West Point Mamba Lokings, they do have the investments that will further amplify their lead with this pawn represented by PJ.
I amazing stuff coming through in here. Virus engagement, but unfortunately for him, PJ is a little too good in that engagement. High power drops K-Low. The players of Sector Zero trying to put themselves right back in the game by taking those back-to-back kills. Numbers all equal, but on the defense, West Point Mamba Low Kings have got the advantage because Sector Zero hasn't been able to place their confident markers on either side of those flags just yet, Zezzy.
Yeah, definitely. Sector Zero is struggling to place those investments and those segments here. Now, iPow is doing that, but will be met with difficulties. Number 2, PJ is on. iPow will be having the shot missed, and that will be preventing Sector Zero from capturing the flag. Now, the Moors instead and the West Point Mamba Low Kings will be punishing that mistake. Goes for the triple annihilator. They plan to trap Sector Zero here. And if
GG.
you are Sector Zero, how can you move out of this, AJ?
The answer is you can't. With 8 more lives left, Sector Zero is at the brink of annihilation. They haven't been able to attack a single flag successfully. Just that one sector picked off of that A flag, but that's all there will be to it. With 18 seconds to go and 5 more lives left, Sector Zero needs a miracle to pull away a victory in this round. But unfortunately, a miracle is not readily available. But they are trying to make a good work here at that B flag. The thing about Control is when you try to take over one of those flags, the timer will go ahead to stop and give you that extra bit of time. But that's all Sector Zero could work as they lose their lives. West Point Mamba Low Kings picks up round 2 as well.
Man, West Point Mamba Low Kings, they are quite unstoppable right now. They have snowballed their resources, converted the operator skills onto score streaks. Now they have even more resources to use in the round number 3, which Sector Zero has no answer except IPA with the fully streaks on. But now West Point Mamba Low Kings, they want to go for the backstab on the get-go. They want to establish a dominance through the spawn trap. Yopi and PJ should be leading the charge, but the Moors right now will be doing that instead. The divide and conquer will still be working for West Point Mamba Low Kings in order to divide their numbers here. But now, man, look at West Point Mamba Low Kings, still unstoppable until now, man.
Nobody saw that Predator missile, IPOW. Nobody saw it at all.
I did
We
it.
all closed our eyes at the same time. I mean, at this level, as that player, you're not supposed to be misusing some of those score streaks, man. I mean, you should have been able to play it a little patiently. I really do not understand exactly why some players would rush the Preddy unless it's just a fat finger moment and you accidentally hit the screen. No excuses whatsoever, right? I mean, I've done it a few times, man. The screen is really small when you're playing on mobile, and I understand. But, you know, at this level, it is going to cost you because those are the 2 or 3 free kills that the Preddy could have given to the players of Sector Zero. And when you lose out on opportunities like that, and West Point Mamba Low Kings have already been dominating you, man. So nothing's going to change. In fact, it's just going to make them easier to dominate. Yopi, double challenge coming through, and Shifra shuts down Yopi. Good engagement on the side of Sector Zero, but they've only got 4 more lives to work with, Zezzy. Not a lot at all.
Man, the disrespect from West Point Mamba Low Kings. They were sitting at the spawn of Sector Zero, very dominant win, and with the non-stop acquisition of the operator skills, every round they have 2 annihilators or 3 annihilators. So they are basically unstoppable, and with the spawn trap, which is part of their strategies, that really helps them to seal the deal with the dominant win. 17 lives remaining on the 3-0 mode, AJ.
And, you know, it was just so dominant from the start to end. PJ, as usual, just playing those objectives like a king alongside Yopi. And nothing the players on the side of Sector Zero could have done to overcome their prowess, right? I mean, their best slayer out there on the battlefield, IPOW, even he himself, yes, he does have a positive KD, but it's not anything to shout about. And on Control, you would really want to be able to dominate your opponent with some of those gunfights, which was something that we already knew Sector Zero was not going to be able to execute very easily on that battlefield. Unfortunately, they couldn't prove us wrong with that statement. A 3-0 walkover for the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, another 3-0, and as we expected, though,
Yep.
Sector Zero really gave us a hope, especially on the first
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
series that we've seen. It's the first match that we've seen on this series. But one thing that I'm seeing for the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings is they start to test the waters in the early parts of each game, whether it's respawns or search and destroy. And that is where they convert the information that they get on testing that waters to their favor. And we've seen that from Control as well. The divide and conquer is one way to test the waters as to what will be the rotation that is being taken by Sector Zero. And from then on, like, it's just the Low Kings understanding their opponents and this just countering what they are putting into the table. And thus, the result of a 3-0 right now from firing range with a 250 to 212 on the hard point. Search and destroy, a dominant game for the side of Low Kings, 7-1 in the scores, and on the standoff for Control, that is a 3-0. And hopefully, these things will be learned by Sector Zero, because I love the part as well wherein we are seeing the whole team as well as the instant feedback that the Low Kings are seeing every time they end a match. And that is one thing really that helps a team to improve further match after match. That I would say is one of the best factor that the Low Kings have, is because they are growing not just after a whole day of battle but after each match, and thus they have shown great performances. Like, even how close we've seen Hardpoint, they just took out and left Sector Zero from the other matches that they went into. But there you have it. I mean, expectation is really for the side of Low Kings. There was a chance where in Sector Zero really has what it takes. I guess it's more of how they learn within each match and also after this series that they will be able to bring back on to the next battle. But so far, AJ, from this game, anything else that you can say for Sector Zero for the matches that we've seen?
I mean, I would love to talk about that Predator missile.
Oh my goodness.
But no, I mean, iPow, I really love the guy, right? So much of quality. He's stepping up for the team in terms of, all of these respawns. Yes, he has lost his shine in SNDs, but the saving grace here is he does have heavy backup coming through from Pepsi as well as Shifra, right? So as long as iPow can continue focusing on being the difference maker in some of these respawns, the team is going to do well overall. So there's no love loss here in terms of taking the defeat against West Point Mamba Low Kings, because once again, West Point Mamba Low Kings is guaranteed playoffs material, guaranteed playoffs worthy, and that's what we expected out of them in this matchup. So as long as Sector Zero can keep their heads above the water, not really take this defeat to their heart, move on to their next series and get the best out of that, just focus on at the very least being the number 2 in the group, they're going to be all fine, right? Because once again, there's a lot of star power in this team, but the strategy is exactly where it's a little bit weak for me, Neptune. And something like that is definitely fixable during the course of the competition itself. Unlike what we saw earlier on out of the players of ACNO Finesse, you cannot fix mechanical capabilities overnight. But strategy, on the other hand, is something that you can put some thought and work into.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen that from the hard point. A lot of great strides that has been done by Sector Zero right here, making this game really that close. And this is where we see the potential of a team. And I would say, like, it's more of the leadership as well, because we've seen great leadership from other teams as well on how he provide the feedback for every round and then convert them to be able to tackle yet another game and probably take a win. Now, after this, we've seen the search and destroy, and I think that is where everything just fall to the side of the Low Kings, because of how Sector Zero instantly changed their tactics, winning that first search and destroy round. That is where they were lost on how they can go and take up the West Point Mamba Low Kings. And this time as well, every time they try to put up on to the search and destroy, it's just a rush moment for the West Point Mamba Low Kings, and that is where Sector Zero was caught off guard. And I already mentioned this point of from control, wherein the divide and conquer, as Ceci mentioned, has been one of their testing waters. But Ceci, what can you say? What else can you say about the performance of Low Kings in this control map?
Actually, they are doing their job. I think their winning condition is the kills, because I've seen their games, and it's PJ and UP doing this spawn trap. So I think that's one of how they control the control mode, how they control the aggressiveness of their opponent, and because of that spawn trap, they limit the number of responders towards this objective that West Point Mamba Low Kings wants to take. And it's a one stone. It's killing two birds in one stone, because at the same time you get the flag because there's no one to defend there, and you get the kills, and you might win from those kills. So it's excellent strategies for West Point Mamba Low Kings. The divide and conquer is more on the distraction technique in order to win the gunfights through numbers, and then when they respawn back to the base, then Yopi and PJ welcomes them back here at Neptune.
With open arms.
With open arms, definitely. And as AJ is showing right now. I mean, who wouldn't? Especially if you understand this game of control. And AJ already made that point wherein this is, compared to the other modes that they played, this is one of the newest, wherein those who have information, who understood this game mode, can take advantage of the knowledge and turn it against the enemy. And I think that is what West Point Mamba Low Kings has been doing so far in the control mode. It was a dominant, not even given a chance for Sector Zero to get close to the points, especially with the number of lives that has been left for the final moment of each round. That proves to show that they understand what they can do to challenge and to counter any aggressiveness that will be shown by Sector Zero. But so far, there you have it. We have yet another 3-0 in this game. And, well, I'm really looking forward to one team, top teams, to be that close to losing, but I guess that will be something that we need to talk about later on the next series, because we are going in for a quick break. So hope you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of news today and expect a chance of anti-air missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And this is still Garena Masters Season 3, day number 5, where we've seen already 2 series for this game. And I would say I'm really happy to how some of the games are really showing up, or some of the teams are really showing up in these games. We've seen previously West Point Mambalo Kings challenge Sector Zero in this battle. And initially, it was a good start for Sector Zero, but West Point Mambalo Kings really showed us that they are still in here who wants to have a clean game. I mean, a very, very clean scoreboard to their side. And if I don't have that broom that has been posted by by Beef Mommy, but I would say that was a very, very clean for their side. But so far, that has been exciting, and we are now going to yet another, I would say, David and Goliath match, because we are jumping into Blacklist Ultimate going against CKG Legacy. Though AJ mentioned that there's a lot of potential for CKG Legacy, but knowing the Kings of the Blacklist Ultimate, we are still tipped over to the Blacklist name. But as a recap right now, we have a 3-0 right here from the HUNTSMEN and ACNO FINESSE, and the Mambalo Kings, or West Point Mambalo Kings, challenging or going against Sector Zero, yet another 3-0. And AJ, so far for the number of instances that you've seen Blacklist International Ultimate, do you think CKG Legacy can finally take them down in this game?
I mean, you're asking for a lot here, Neptune. I mean, you're talking about a team that used to dominate the scene for so long and still has the capability of dominating the scene. CKG Legacy, on the other hand, they are fresh off the boat. They've got a lot of mechanical capability. They've got a lot of talent on their side. But just like Sector Zero, what they do not have is that experience of going through some really tough matches and making some big mistakes. And Blacklist International Ultimate is the type of team that has made so few of those big mistakes. They have just been great from the time they started, but they started a long time ago, and they've been sticking together. They've only been fortifying their defenses as well as improving their attacking force out there in terms of their roster changes up as well. So you're going up against one of the best, if not the best in the scene. So CKG has got their work cut out for them, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that is enough that we say about that battle between Blacklist International Ultimate, I guess, as well as CKG Legacy. But looking at the lineup, we have a Type Azur, Clay had DNA, High, and Juno. And I'm pretty sure, Ceci, you have a little bit of background for the team of CKG Legacy. What can you say? Who is the best player from this team? And what can you say is their advantage or that they can use against Blacklist Ultimate?
Their advantage is their confidence in the gunfight skills. Juno and Azur is actually is brimming with confidence against Triple V, where they are quite stacked. And Juno actually has the experience from Malaysia Championship in 2021. So I think that experience or that confidence from that event could be brought here in the Garena Master Season 3. But I do think that what they need to do is to instead break this strategy of Blacklist, because if you compare the maturity of the strategies of these two teams, definitely you would be going on the side of Blacklist International. So what you'd want to do against Blacklist International, if you are CKG Legacy, is prevent them from doing their strategies. And speaking of that play style, actually it happened back in Sector 0 versus West Point Mamba Low-Kings, where West Point Mamba Low-Kings, they didn't let Sector 0 do their thing.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. If you, as a team, will be able to read out the tactics of Blacklist Ultimate, then you might be able to figure out a counter to that. But talking about Blacklist Ultimate, this is their lineup. We have Javen, AG, Scared, Tien, Yato, and FDX. And so far, AJ, with acquisition of FDX for the team, I know we talked about this, you mentioned about this, but do you think FDX can it has a really jive to for this team of Blacklist Ultimate, or is there still anything needed for FDX to show up in this game?
I think he has shown up, and he has shown up so many times for the team already, especially at hard points, right? He is your heaviest hitter whenever it comes to those rotations, whenever it comes to holding down the fort as the rover for the team to get all of those precious kills. And once again, this is what we, this is just touching on the point that I already brought up earlier on. Blacklist International Ultimate, they beefed up their defenses as well as their offensive capability. And FDX is one of those new ammunitions that they've added on, right? Apart from Yato, which I thought nobody would be able to match up to in terms of mechanical capability out there on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, they are right, they didn't bother to send or make any one of their other players improve any of their plays, because they already had those other elements all covered. They needed another Slayer, and they brought in FDX. It was a lot to ask from FDX, but he stepped up to the plate very, very well so far.
Yeah, definitely. And well, it's a good thing that a new member can jive that well in this game. But looking at the head-to-head right now between these two teams, we have Yato on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate with 26 on the average kills, 1.47 on the KDA, and we also have other stats right now. Now comparing it to Juno, and this has been pointed out by Ceci earlier, he is one of the slayers as well as the big hitters for the team of CKG Legacy, and with average kills of 20.17, but not even reaching yet on a 1.0 KDA, and that is something that they can work into as a team, because as we mentioned, tenure at some point together, like we're growing together for a long time, really helps you grow as a person as well. And even if you are the MVP of the team, if you didn't grow together with your team, it really doesn't matter. Yes, you have good stats, but your other members are being left behind. You cannot still win all those gunfights. And I think that is what Juno is showing right now. It is more of a balance all throughout the whole squad, though he is the MVP for the team. A balance from all the members of the team of CKG Legacy is being built for this team. Thus, the comparison right now might be a little bit off, but as they grow, they will be able to perform and show up in this game. Now, I'm really excited to see as to which map they will be playing on. And on hard point, what do you think is the best map that CKG Legacy... Ceci, this is for you, Ceci. What would be the best map that CKG Legacy can be playing, though we already have in their slums on hardpoint? But what do you think are their best map on a hardpoint map?
I think it could be definitely not raid, because CKG showed their cards on the raid map against Triple V. So I think they could go for like a standoff map, like the basic map that is played on the ranked games, in order for them to play on the same level against Blacklist Ultimate. Because of course, if you play on the standoff map, you have the familiarity on the map because of ranked games. Although you need to have this in-depth, you need those in-depth strategies and the knowledge about standoff map, but at least the level of familiarity is higher than other maps, and I think that could help compensate for the maturity of the strategy of Blacklist International here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, for those teams right now, because of the tenure that they have in competitions just like this, those OG maps can be one thing that they can focus on. But I've seen some teams as well take advantage of the new maps that's showing up in a competitive scene. And AJ, what do you think is like the effect of new maps being introduced in this game, and as well as with the introduction of the control, has this balanced really the battle between teams?
It's really opened up the competition as a whole, but only when you take the mid-level teams and compare them to the slightly newer teams. So the slightly newer teams have got a opportunity or a way to catch them off guard, right? But when you look at the top tier teams in the competition, like Blacklist International Ultimate, West Point Mamba Low Kings, teams that can afford a coach, teams that have put in the effort of making sure they master every single map, every single game mode, every single strategy out there, it's not going to be an issue for them at all, because that's the main reason why they invested in a coach, right? So, I mean, I don't know if not CKG Legacy has one on their side, but having one definitely makes such a huge difference. So for the mid to lower tier teams who have made it through in here, it might make a huge difference, but not to our top dogs in the competition at all.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I also agree with having a coach, an analyst will do, because, like what I mentioned earlier from the previous match, we've seen how the instant feedback are being thrown into West Point Mamba Low Kings, and they are, and I'm pretty sure it's not just after every game. I mean, during the match, all those information from a third person perspective is really important, because at some point you're so focused in a game and you don't see some of the points, and that is where a coach really helps. So that's one thing that like that one insight that we can give out for the teams, upcoming teams, to the current teams who are playing the Garena Masters or other competitions. Hopefully you'll have find that not an in-game coach, because that affects the gameplay as well of that specific member, but
Yeah.
also a separate coach that will give you more information on how you are being countered or how you can counter a team. I know we've
Yeah.
been talking a lot, though we are on the maps and modes, but just, I know you read that already. You've heard that already. Like, this is a hard point, this search and destroy and control. We just like to see, to hear insights, more insights about what is happening behind the scenes, and what more can the teams put out, because as the battle of the Goliaths is coming near towards the playoff, we like to see how the teams are faring off in terms of their performance and what is behind the scene of those performance. But going back to you, Ceci, strategy, oh my god, this word again. Strats wise. Strats wise. Slums has been introduced in this game, and so far some teams are doing well, some teams are really failing. What do you think makes slums that difficult, especially on hard mode?
The wide rotation. I mean, this map is quite big. So if you miss on that proper timing and proper decision making, then you lose out on the timing itself. You lose out potentially the whole hard point if you mess it up. So it's the proper decision making and the power position as well for slums. Of course, the mastery of where are the spawns of. I think the one thing for slums here is the P3 and P4, because it's basically near each other and it has the same spot. So if you have this superior mechanical advantage, you can start your snowball from the P3 towards the P4, because you get the same spawn, and when you go back to P1, that is where you can potentially get your cluster strike if you have the snowball from P3 and P4, and then from there on the snowball just gets huge and huge and huge. You can get those other score streaks, operator skills, and the beauty of the 250 points is that you can still recover. So it all goes down to the decision making, the timing as well, and mechanical skills, of course, in the power position. So I think it goes back again to the coach, where it helps a lot, really, and plus the boot camp, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if you can be in one room, like no delays, talking to each other, giving out those calls, it really would help your gameplay. But I like the point that you mentioned, especially for the side of slums, wherein like there are open hard points, and as they rotate, because of the extension of the points that they need to get within each round, there's a lot of potentials to turn things around every time that points, like the rotation of the hard point, will be triggered. But there you have it. We have the start of the game. This Blacklist International Ultimate going against CKG Legacy. This is Hardpoint. AJ and Ceci, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. Still on the map fly through, and just like what Zessie has broken down already, these are these open angles that the opponents can perhaps catch their defenders on whenever they go in for those retakes. But, you know, as open as slums is, as wide as that map is, it also serves some of those very narrow corners that you can lock down and you can catch your opponents off guard. And if you are a team like Blacklist International Ultimate with great superior mechanical skills, overcoming CKG Legacy by locking down those angles is going to get super duper easy. And that's exactly where CKG is going to struggle, I think, Zezzy.
Yeah, now you're seeing that struggle presented in the gunfights department. Blacklist Ultimate, they are actually slowing down first in order to get that one big push that can destroy this hard point. And as you can see, 6 points for CKG Legacy, but as soon as Blacklist Ultimate completed their preparations, they broke the hard point and they're not letting CKG Legacy go inside the region.
Yep, CKG Legacy being forced to spawn from the opposite side in comparison to where they started off from the side of Garage as well as Junkyard. And that gives the players of Blacklist International Ultimate all of those extra moments to pick up in terms of those points from Hardpoint. J-But holding on to the statues as he swings from the left to right, getting those kills. Clayhow breaks it, and this is the moment for CKG Legacy to play the exact same strategy against Blacklist International Ultimate. Lock down those angles, Ezzy.
Yeah, lock down those angles, but this time FDX is doing the job. He's making sure that CKG cannot break through here, and Javen Skird will be helping him for sure, but Clayhow will be breaking the spawn instead, but Skird is due to rescue. Now CKG Legacy, they will be forced to go for the front lines where Blacklist Ultimate is aiming their weapons at. This is a really huge disadvantage for the side of CKG Legacy, and when you put Javen on that head to spawn, man, it really helps Blacklist Ultimate to secure the hard point. And CKG Legacy, they didn't go for the spawns at the back, and when you don't do that, you'll be on a great disadvantage, AJ.
I absolutely agree with you, Zezzy. On for P2, you have to take over the spawns first and then deliver those numbers. And if you are the team that is struggling mechanically, without controlling those spawns, there's no way you're going to be able to break that P2 straight forward. CKG Legacy starting to realize that as well as they leave high to deal with all of these gunfights. The rest of them double back down towards a very early rotation to control Junkyard. That is going to be P3. But as you can see, Skird already getting the exact same thing done as he shuts down Type and DNA. He secures this angle for the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, and for them to hop on over to P3 as well. They've got the numbers, but this time the spawns over from the side of Fountain needs to be taken over as well if Blacklist International Ultimate wants to manage to conquer this hard point as well. High doing a great job holding on to the hard point for just a few seconds, but the break finally comes true.
Wow, Blacklist Ultimate dividing their units really well. 3 members going in for the fountain spawn and 2 units for the hard point. That's why CKG Legacy has broken through this hard point, because of the lack of man from Blacklist Ultimate. Now they need to compensate for that, but before starting their attack, CKG Legacy needs to secure the fountain spawns. But now investments are coming through. Blacklist Ultimate with the Annihilator will be preventing that instead. But CKG Legacy, they will be breaking the spawns. Now what they need to do is to secure the P3 and potentially the P4 here, AJ.
Oh yeah, excellent job coming through from CKG Legacy. And yes, you are correct, sir. They break the spawns, but they cannot get those gunfights to hop on into the hard point. But there will be one score streak used. They break it finally. They've got the numbers, they've got the spawns, but only to pick up the scrap points. Blacklist International Ultimate already hopping over to P4. Garage this time on control, and they continue to win out their gunfights. FDX pulls out the Annihilator, but gets shut down by Clayhouse. CBR4 for those great engagements, but Skird is there for the defense of the team. CKG CKG Legacy, they bash their heads through, they pick up the hard point, and this is the fight to get back into the matchup here, Ceci.
Yeah, this is the fight to get back on the match. Clay Howe will be capitalizing on the Gravity Vortex to prevent the Blacklist International squad. But Jabin with the wall bangs, they come through. But man, oh man, Blacklist, number 5, Yato, making sure that the spawns will be secured by Blacklist Ultimate. And this is the contest for the spawns before breaking through the hill. Because CKG Legacy, they are coming from far, far away. Now they get the investments. DNA will try to convert this one. But Taib and Juno with a breakthrough.
Oh my God.
Excellent work. But still, Blacklist Ultimate wins this one because of that spawn, AJ.
I have no idea how many shots DNA missed. The Annihilator, if that's the way you're going to be playing with it, you might as well not bring that operator skill into the matchup. Blacklist International Ultimate now capitalizing on those mistakes, running away with the points. Clay Howe rotates around. This is going to be on the reset for P1, and the players of CKG already there. Clay Howe overextends because he knows the attack is going to be coming through from Broken, and he trades up all of those players, still sustaining his life, not allowing Blacklist International Ultimate to break away. But the rest of their players are already making a beeline towards that hard point. Blacklist International Ultimate winning those hard point points as Clay Howe overextends to win gunfights. And this is what's going to be putting them in front, Ceci.
Yeah, definitely. And Blacklist Ultimate, they need to prevent CKG Legacy from encircling them because that happened once in that encounter. Now they have learned their lesson and what they want to prevent that with the spread defense coming in from Blacklist Ultimate. We got Jabin and Tin on the bottom end of the map, and now they are smoothly transitioning towards the P2 where Clay Howe is all alone, and now the breakthrough will be coming in to get and secure the spawns. Now Blacklist Ultimate gets that and will be definitely having a huge advantage in this hard point, AJ.
CKG, beautiful plays. Now they've picked up those scrap points as well. Time to string it into P2. Remember what we talked about earlier on Zezzy. They have to focus on the spawns. Backstab coming through. It's a big play. And it is the one and only Juno making all those plays. Heading on straight for the spawn, but he gets backstabbed halfway there. Jabin also had his Annihilator as backup. And Blacklist International Ultimate. This is the solid investment coming through. Not all of their players bringing out all the operators at the very same time, but in a very timely manner. One by one, they bring it out. Jabin going to town with the players on the side of CKG, and the pace has just been stepped up. And when that happens, CKG needs to find the solution. Ready missile, iPow, take notes. That's how you drop it, but he gets no kills. It was patient, but Jabin drops it onto the shack. Doesn't get anything out of it. CKG Legacy breaks it with that mistake.
Man, Blacklist Ultimate, I love the intentions right there. They want to use 3 operator skills in order to translate it into an operator skill, which into a score streak, which in turn they can use to seal the deal in the P3. But that failed because of that mistake. CKG Legacy went through it, and now they're the ones holding on the Gravity Vortex gun. But no translations whatsoever. Blacklist Ultimate still gets the spawns here, but Clay Howe out of nowhere gets a triple kill, but still to no avail. Because Blacklist Ultimate, they get the hold of spawns here, and they are going for the hard point here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And the players of CKG Legacy, then they've got about a 100-point deficit in here, but focusing on mastering all of those angles on those maps. And the first thing that they do is take over the spawns. This is going to be big brain plays coming through. And yes, they are spawning out of fountain, but no anchor player left behind. CKG, is this a mistake? Because one player is all that's needed from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate to break the spawns and then continue running away with these points. But they don't even need to do that because they are winning out gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. Annihilator investment comes through from Yato this time round, but DNA shuts him down, and CKG Legacy picks up the hard point. But once again, for the scrap points, there's still about a 100-point deficit in here, and Blacklist International Ultimate so much closer to wrapping this up.
Yeah, because CKG Legacy's slight mistake over there, they overemphasized these spawns, and because of that, they placed 2 members and 3 members. Now, no one is stepping onto the hard point, which makes Blacklist Ultimate be available for the 5v2 retake on the hard point. Now, Blacklist Ultimate is doing that again. CKG Legacy needs to replenish their numbers inside the hard point because Tin has the Gravity Vortex, and this is bad for CKG Legacy here, AJ.
210 to 112 Blacklist International Ultimate. They've done quite a bit out there on the battlefield. CKG Legacy have tried to bring their responses in, but it's just not equal to the kind of supremacy that Blacklist International Ultimate brings into Call of Duty Mobile. But now they shove all their players in. Final 30 seconds, holding on to the hard point, waiting for Blacklist International Ultimate. And look at the patience from the side of Blacklist, waiting for their members to respawn and hold on to the outside perimeter, and all at the very same time hopping on in, guarding the hard point. Blacklist International Ultimate on fire as they go into conquer. Final 10 seconds, nothing for CKG Legacy to break as they double back down. They go in for those early rotations into P1, but we all know exactly how open that is and how frequently it swings back and forth between the two teams. Blacklist International Ultimate should have this wrapped up, Zezzy.
Yeah, Blacklist Ultimate, 8 more points to wrap this up. The smoke will be helping CKG Legacy to secure those cheeky angles, but FPX, they go for the breakthrough, and this is where this mechanical supremacy comes in for the side of Blacklist Ultimate. Now, CKG Legacy, they're looking to replenish their numbers, but to no avail because number 1 and number 2, Jaben here having the Annihilator, preventing the response from CKG Legacy. That leaves Tin available to the hard point, taking all the points for himself, unbothered, and they get the 250 to 128 score. Very excellent distraction technique from Blacklist Ultimate, preventing the CKG Legacy to step inside this hard point, AJ.
And, you know, quite frankly, they didn't even need to play the distraction tactic, man. Just with the mechanical superiority that Blacklist International Ultimate hops into this matchup with, CKG really had nothing on them. They try to slow down the pace. They try to play strategy. They try to break the spawns. They try to do so many things out there, but they just were failing on their gunfights. And that's not something we can hold up against them, because even the supreme teams in Call of Duty Mobile fail against Blacklist International Ultimate when it comes to those gunfights. So it's understandable. Neptune, your thoughts, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, I really love every time a Blacklist International Ultimate starts a hard point, the overextension that they're doing, especially on that P1, on how they dominate the surrounding area, just to make sure that everyone will be in there, all stacked up, to be able to take that hard point. That is how they start off the battle, and to the point as well, wherein they wait for their members to respawn. They really use the strength of numbers to their favor. Every time they challenge a hard point, a new hard point is popping up, and we saw a few seconds in there wherein no one was stepping in, and it was just a waiting game. That is Blacklist International Ultimate as well as CKG, just making sure that they have all the numbers in there from their side to be able to take the challenge or even challenge a hard point. And that is the key of the game, one key of the game for hardpoint, to be to make sure that you have enough manpower to take out all the enemy within the hard point, and also stepping into that hill. Now, ending it in the 250 to 128 in favor of Blacklist International Ultimate. There's no question really that Blacklist International Ultimate has understood how the game is played when it comes to hard point, and especially to the point that Ceci showed earlier on the spawns, wherein they go in and take those spawn trap. Ceci, what do you think will be a best counter that the team can do in those spawn traps?
They need to focus themselves first, or maybe they need someone outside of the spawn trap to return and backstab those who are spawn trapping. But if you are on the event that the five man of your team gets spawn trapped, then you need to use those numbers in order to prevent that trap from happening. Now, that is quite hard, because if you do have the spawn trap, you tend to get the score streak. And once you get the score streak and the operator skill, it makes the trap so much harder to break. So you need numbers, really. You need to bash your head and whittle the endurance of that spawn trapper here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you need to work on and countering the spawn traps, because that is the very difficult thing to do. But there is nothing difficult for Search and Destroy for this team, because I know they came prepared. AJ and Ceci, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. As we hop on into this SND battle between these two teams, let's see if or not CKG can recover some of the momentum in this matchup. At firing range, it seems to be a tough fight. side, but the numbers all equal. The slow approach by the attacking Blacklist International Ultimate has managed to move on into that B bomb side already, but they're not getting too aggressive, not hopping on in with the plant just yet. Still waiting for Juno, who accesses the compound of Blacklist International Ultimate, but a good backstab. And this is the patience of Blacklist International Ultimate that catches them off guard here, Zezzy.
Yeah, patience of Blacklist Ultimate. Now CKG Legacy, what they need to do is let Clayhow move because he is standing there for 30 seconds already. Now he is activated, but Blacklist Ultimate, they will be changing their plans here, and this will leave CKG off guard. Oh my goodness. Now Clayhow, he really needs to change his strategy. No information was given to Clayhow, and we cannot blame him. Now he needs to trust his guts, his gamer instincts here, because bomb site A is the way for Blacklist Ultimate, AJ.
One last player, Clayhow, and Skirt makes quick work of him. 1-0, Blacklist International Ultimate is potentially looking for a clean 7-0 wipe here. That's exactly how they love taking their S&Ds. Let's see if they can do it against the players of CKG Legacy. So far, there's just been High as well as Type, who have managed to find the other players from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate in their crosshairs and punish them. FHJ will not catch anybody off guard. Skirt just getting a little cheeky there. Jabin holding on to the top floor of the barracks hut. All of those players just taking their corners first, taking all of those angles to make sure they can catch the players of CKG that push. This is the kind of attacking side you need to fear when they take it a little slow.
Yeah, this is really a nice counterplay from Blacklist Ultimate because CKG Legacy, one of their greatest strengths is their confidence in their gunfight skills. Now they're waiting for them to overextend and punish them with numbers, because with numbers you win games, and that's why Blacklist Ultimate is pushing right now because they have the numbers advantage. Now Juno will try to risk it, but that will not be worth the biscuit. So CKG Legacy, 3-man left. What they need to do is to get those 3-angle entry and overturn the numbers disadvantage, AJ.
Let's see what they can do with those numbers here, because the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, even when down in numbers, they find a way to clutch out these rounds with the numbers advantage. It just seems to be a little too easy. And Blacklist International Ultimate once again managed to deliver. 2-0, CKG still struggling.
No distraction from our CKG Legacy. They fought, they stacked their numbers, but if you're stacking your numbers, make sure that you have the numbers advantage. It is a 3-on-5 situation, so you can expect a 3v3 right there. And when encountered with equal numbers, Blacklist Ultimate for sure will be standing on top. So now CKG Legacy, they need the information first. They need to take advantage of the terrain, and once they spot the enemy, they need to double back down and wait for the reinforcement. Maybe they need to go for the retake instead. They don't need to defend this one, because Blacklist Ultimate, what they tend to do is to stack their numbers, and that is deadly for a disadvantage, AJ.
Yeah, though. Good angle being held on to, but no over-aggressive side on the side of Clayhow. He hears those players. He needs to peek, but the timing is off. Clayhow does not peek, and Yato's already inside of the white warehouse. Juno dropped. DNA takes Skirt out of the equation. Great engagements from the side of CKG Legacy. High, beautiful kill. Yato drop, engages with AG, but he was expecting his appearance. So Blacklist International Ultimate, numbers all equal. Trying to play this slow, but CKG taking the fight to them, Zezzy.
Yeah, definitely. CKG Legacy right now is actually quite struggling because they are the ones being hunted by Blacklist Ultimate. If you want CKG Legacy to win, you need Blacklist Ultimate to get the bomb planted, and CKG Legacy must be the ones attacking the site. Because if Blacklist Ultimate will be stacking their numbers to you and you don't double back down, then the prime example of that mistake will be CKG Juno. What did he encounter right there? He was encircled. He was trapped in the white warehouse, and it's a 5v4 basically. So CKG Legacy, if they encounter an opponent for Blacklist Ultimate, they need to give the bomb site and not fight head on, AJ.
And I don't know what sort of strategy CKG Legacy can take, right? Because Eventually, they have to beat Blacklist International Ultimate on the map, and eventually they will have to engage in gunfight, and those engagements don't seem to be going their way. And they've tried so many strategies already. They've tried sending in Clayhow to engage as the Sniper Fest, but nothing seems to be working, and the timing's just a little off. Clayhow does not strike quickly enough to drop the player off Blacklist International Ultimate, and even those angles, too acute for Clayhow to execute on, and Yato finds him so easily, drops him like a hot cake, and Blacklist International Ultimate 4-0, 3 more rounds to that 7-0.
Man, oh man. Oh, CKG Legacy, they need to change their strategy right here, right now. Get that information first and then double back down as a defenders. And if Blacklist Ultimate pushes on the bomb site A, double back down on bomb site A and let the defenders on bomb site B rotate and get the flank. Because I know that CKG Legacy has some sort of a firepower that can match up to Blacklist Ultimate sometimes. So they need that element of surprise in order to take down Blacklist Ultimate. And what they need to do is let Blacklist Ultimate establish the bomb site A. CKG Legacy, the key for their success is the retake. So, man, this is information gathering challenge for CKG Legacy first. And Juno will be taking the first blood. So it's quite a fortunate event for CKG Legacy, but still, they need to play the objective.
Yes, God name coming through. Juno strikes once again. AG has been dropped from Yato. Great engagement by Clayhow as he takes him and eats him up. Jabin, final player on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, and High gets that backstab. No 7-0 for you. CKG slowly waking up now, Zezzy.
And that's how you counter Blacklist International. Slow down the game. Let them doubt their movements. Is this the right decision? Is bomb site A be the right decision? So CKG Legacy, what they need to prevent is their early pick-off. Now, High here is facing a high challenge. He needs to have the terrain advantage to himself. He needs to double back down right now before Blacklist Ultimate will be engaging upon him. But CKG Legacy, the pincer is on AJ.
See what they can do with this pincer. Almost nothing in that situation. AG, as he tries to hold on to this, Juno can take this backstab and drop him. Juno engages with Skirt.
Yes.
AG final player. Juno gets the double, and the players of CKG are showing signs of life once again.
Finally, they grasp the essence, but now it's quite late. But of course, it's nice. It's nice that they have grasped what they need to do, and that is the retake. They need Blacklist Ultimate to go in first, and then CKG Legacy, they need to trap them so that they have no sense of where the gunshots are coming from. Once Blacklist Ultimate will be confused, that is their opportunity to match up the level of mechanical skills for them. Oh my goodness, Clay, what was that?
Oh, this sniping supremacy as CKG Legacy slowly starts to wake up, taking the fight to the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, Clayhow. And it seems like he has just switched on that switch in his head, and that aggression purely meant for the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. No wallbang coming through this time around, but that got super close. Jabin just avoiding all of those shots. Clayhow not getting super lucky. 4-2, CKG Legacy has got a fighting chance here, Zezzy.
Yeah, they have the fighting chance. Now they need to capitalize on the numbers advantage. They need to stack their numbers here because that is their greatest advantage so far. They need to snatch this momentum right now before it's too late. Because Blacklist Ultimate, if they win this 4v5, that is an outplay and that will boost their morale. And 52 seconds remaining on the clock right now. CKG Legacy very slow in this game. This is advantages for them as Clayhow will be taking them by one, AJ.
Oh yeah, and Clayhow looks for those players, doesn't find anyone, and this was the kind of play we were expecting out of CKG Legacy. Slow things down, catch off, pick off one by one the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. Earlier on, they just could not engage in the right way, but with Clayhow waking up, they can. Yato drops time, AG takes DNA, things are switching around for the worse for CKG Legacy, but the numbers advantage still on their side. Juno drops one, AG trades out Clayhow. The numbers still on the side of CKG Legacy. They've got two players on the attack. Bomb now on the ground. Let's see exactly what the defensive side of Blacklist International Ultimate can pull off. Quick scope does not hit as a double challenge gets AG the kill. High holding on to the back lines, but AG can make a huge difference as the sniper for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. It's all going to depend on the CBR4 play now, Zezzy.
Yeah, now CBR4 won't be finding the change and Blacklist Ultimate will be winning this fight. Now, this is a huge boost of morale for Blacklist Ultimate. And one thing here is that CKG, they were late to respond. And Blacklist Ultimate, he aided his duo right there, and they won the 2v1 on that sniper showdown between Clayhow and FDX. So now CKG Legacy, what they need to do is to grasp first the sniper kills from Clayhow and then get the stack on. Be confident in their kills because they can do it. They can actually do it with the numbers advantage. Now, of course, they need to slow things down first and get those kills. But they can't go slow this down forever. They need to fasten their pace once they grasp the hold of their advantage, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, in terms of taking control of this map, CKG Legacy has been doing the right thing. It's just where they feel is those engagements need. Comes looking for Juno. He's lucky he didn't get sniped out as well. FDX getting a little dangerous here. Also a little aggressive as he moves on forth towards the mid segment of the map, taking over mid square as the sniper. This angle that he holds on to, so dangerous. Spots one player, but it's not quick enough to respawn. And the players of CKG escape with their life. Oh, those wall banks are not going to serve up the players of CKG well. But they drop a good smoke and hop on into the white warehouse. Get that double kill. Skirt and FDX taken out already. Juno with the engagement once again, but they've got the game of information now. They know inside a command center they can expect someone. DNA overextending, does not check his back, and AG punishes him. The numbers advantage to the side of CKG.
The discipline is not there for CKG Legacy. They need to play it like West Point Mamba Lookings. Once they grasp a hold of that numbers advantage, they need to play objectively. And because of those small mistakes, those supposedly advantages that they need to grasp on will be lost. Now 3v2, this is fairly easy for Blacklist Ultimate, but still Clayhow is alive now. Numbers 2v2. This is a deadly situation for CKG Legacy here, AJ.
5-2. Yato gets spotted. Oh, quick scope does not hit. Yato just jumps on in to take the fight, but Juno once again steps up for CKG Legacy.
Nice.
All those rounds that they have won, it's all been because of Juno. I'm not saying that he's the only one shining through, but he's doing a lot out there for the side of CKG.
Definitely, and CKG effective in that slow pace. Now they're changing things here and will be catching Blacklist Ultimate off guard. No, AJ, the stack is on. There's no defenders. Easy take, and they need to play this seriously right now.
3 numbers on the side of Blacklist in terms of wins. Juno does not get the spray onto Yato. No kill. Grenade popped right in front. He's going for some big brain play here. Pops it out. What a kill by Juno. This guy making miracles work. That's the key onto FDX. Was sick. High opportunity. They wrap around. AG can be caught now as Kurt joins him as well. The players of CKG Legacy. This is one solid attacking side that we are seeing out of them.
And now, this is it. But man, they are looking at the wrong angle. Now type 1v2. How would you do this one? A very clean pincer from Black. And they didn't even need the pincer. Skirt gets onto the bomb. And that focus from Blacklist International is on. Now, CKG, they got the break on that bomb site B. But what they need to do next is to expand their defensive parameter, gather information. Don't forget to double back down and then gather their troops in order to get the numbers advantage, because that is their greatest asset right now. Numbers. And I'm loving how they switch the pace here. It catches the Blacklist Ultimate off guard, but they need translation. They need their follow-ups. Plan A will not be possible without the step number 2, step number 3, step number 4. So far, CKG Legacy very successful on the step number 1, but they need to step up right now.
6-3 match point for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. CKG has shown us through Juno that they can survive. But with Juno out of this round, does it mean that it's all over, Yato? That kind of snipe, Yato. It's just gonna keep us all excited. Jabin drops 1, Jabin drops 2. Blacklist International Ultimate brings the game to a close. Valiant effort by CKG.
Sweep in with that 5 men remaining from Blacklist International Ultimate. and 3-7. Although we have seen CKG Legacy having that good, we have seen the glimmer of hope from CKG Legacy. It's just that what they bring to the table is not yet complete. It's not fully cooked yet. But the first step of their engagements and their plans was successful. I love how they keep on switching the pace here from slow to fast, but they were not consistent enough. And I think CKG, if you give them time, they can develop into a powerhouse here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Juno really stepping up for the team. But as you can see, the numbers tell a story, and the story is not so convincing on the side of CKG Legacy because Juno did not have a solid backup that he required to take the fight up to the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. When you look on the opposite side, you see those numbers stack, right? You see AG and Skirt doing a lot of work out there, and they just combined have got more kills than the bottom 3 players on the side of CKG. High might just as well be thrown into that mix as well. The bottom 4 players, apart from Juno, AG and Skirt alone can deal with them in terms of those numbers. And that is where CKG Legacy will have to look into improvising, right? Their strategies are sound, but their mechanical engagements out there on the battlefield needs a lot more work. Neptune, what do you think about this loss and how Juno shined in this matchup, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, I really agree that Juno shined very, very bright in here, especially with nade kills. If I'm not mistaken, that was 2 nade kills in there.
Oh, yeah, man.
Initiated by Juno. So, especially the second one, that was when we were thinking he was going to throw it in front of him, he was just taking the best timing, listening for that footsteps, and then getting in the best angle, and boom, there goes the grenade. Now,
Oh, yeah.
it's just not Juno that really makes it work, and it's a really good point that you mentioned, AJ, that mechanical skills needs to be made well by CKG Legacy for the rest of the members compared to what we've seen from Blacklist International Ultimate. And we've seen great strategies that has been done by CKG Legacy, especially as they are on the defensive side. But the moment that it switched, they lost that strategy. They were moving in a little bit too fast for this fight, and we know how patient Blacklist International is. But going in on to the control right now, patience is still a part that they can utilize because of the lives that is counting down. So hopefully they will be able to learn from the previous match that we've seen. And AJ and Ceci, this is Control. Take it away.
Thank you very much, buddy. And as we hop on into control standoff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be a little bit of a flashback to what we already saw in the previous series. You know exactly how things work out here on this map. No overextensions, hopefully, from the players of CKG whenever they're on the defense. All you need to do is just lock down your spots. But on the offense, CKG Legacy needs to just show us that they've got that creativity to take the fight up to Blacklist International Ultimate. They cannot sustain in a one-to-one battle. So throw your numbers in. They do exactly that. But before they can even get into the point, they decide to stop halfway, take the battles at statue. And that's one of the worst things that you can do against Blacklist International Ultimate. They just got wiped on their first attempt.
Oh my goodness, this is total dominance from Blacklist Ultimate. The execution was good, but this time Blacklist Ultimate's firepower is really riled up. And in the face of supreme firepower, you cannot do anything. Tactics, strategies, rotations won't be useful if you keep on dying. And look at this. Look at how fast the lives of CKG Legacy is turning down. It's now 8 lives remaining. And AJ, you can't do anything about this one.
Oh yeah, man. 6 more lives remaining, and if you are CKG Legacy, you are currently breaking down. You are crying, I bow! Oh, I bow! One more kill coming through. Scared. Jamin hits it. That's about it, man. Blacklist International Ultimate backed up CKG Legacy and shipped them off somewhere else. I don't know if or not they're going to be ready for the next round.
Do you want me to break down what happened right there, AJ?
Tell me, brother.
It's basically kills, man. What do you expect? It's just one shot, period. Oh my goodness.
A little unfortunate. But hey, you know what? CKG Legacy, they've got the defense now, right? Let's see exactly what they are going to be able to do, because the players of Blacklist International Ultimate have to take the fight up to them so they can just lock down some of these angles. Let's see exactly how they pull that off. High manages to find FDX, but the numbers are traded out back to back. Once again, DNA spots out. Jayben Clayhouse shuts him down with a backstab. Clayhouse doing so much for the team as side gets traded out. The numbers do not look equal, but on the defense, this is looking solid for the side of CKG Legacy.
And because they are on the defensive side, they get to dictate the pace of the game. They want to get all the information, play it slow, and play it with the numbers themselves. Kurt has the Annihilator. He wants to go for the spawn trap. Now he's being punished by CKG Legacy, and that's how you play the defensive side. They need to take advantage of this one, because if they will be on the attacking side once again, they do not have no choice but to bend over to Blacklist Ultimate here.
See how, oh my goodness me. CKG Legacy started off great, but now as Blacklist International Ultimate gets a little bit more serious, they get down in numbers. 11 life deficit moments ago, but then they slowly recover little by little. Blacklist, they are being traded out, but a 9 life advantage for your ex-champions, Blacklist International Ultimate, and they just continue to extend it. It's going to be up to the players of CKG Legacy to back away and try to lock these players down. FDX finds that backstab. Type was just a little too busy. FDX brings out the Annihilator. And FDX just going to town it, everyone. Just zigzagging from the left to right, and just through the movements alone, Blacklist International Ultimate confused CKG enough to back those kills.
And this is looking so bad for CKG Legacy right now, because this is the attacking side once again. But the difference is Blacklist Ultimate right now has the resources to actually lock them down. And CKG Legacy, they need to execute this first move cleanly, because if not, they will be back on that trap here. And actually, Blacklist is moving onto the spawn trap. Now, CKG Legacy, what they need to do is to survive this and prevent that trap from happening, AJ.
Awesome stuff coming through from the players of CKG just to sustain. But once again, it is those guns. Come on, Jayben. Let High at least cross the field first. Jayben just torturing those players. Annihilator catches one more. Clayhouse, the spawn trap has started. Jayben wants to go to town with these players. Gets stunned halfway through. Just slows him down just a little bit. Manages to turn around and get the kill as well. Freaking on fire. 2-0 so far. 25-19. The lives on the side of CKG continuously being down here.
But now Cluster Strike will be an iPower moment right here, not having any kills, but now it's quite effective. It's not fully efficient. Now he adds another one. Oh my goodness, Blacklist Ultimate, please let CKG Legacy play here. And now they have broken through, but not for so long, because number 4 Skirt is waiting for them at the back alley with the Annihilator, waiting for them to be annihilated, AJ.
Yeah, this is just a GG for the players of CKG Legacy, but we're not surprised. The gunfights obviously, quite unequal from the start of the day. One more life left. CKG Legacy. F in the chat, please, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Valiant effort from the CKG squad, but against your ex-champions, all they could do in this series was learn how to play well.
Yeah, learn how to play well. But I think the biggest point here is that Blacklist Ultimate did not give them time to adjust, because CKG on the Search and Destroy, they lost badly on the start, but every round they adjust and adjust and adjust until the switch. When the sides were switched here, that is where they go back to the starting point and adjust again. Now Blacklist, because they didn't let CKG adjust, then there's really no hope for them. And they basically shut down the winning condition of CKG, which is to last long until they find a way.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. It's very difficult, really, for this team of CKG Legacy to be able to counter what Blacklist International Ultimate has been doing, especially when they are on the defense. And we've talked about that from the other matches that we've seen, especially in Control. Spawn traps, really, the counters is very difficult to read, and I think I gave you a headache as well, Ceci, when I asked you that question earlier on how you can counter a spawn trap, and surviving really is one of the only key to do that. But how can you survive, AJ, especially when Blacklist have everything covered? Like it was a gauntlet, really, literally gauntlet, and there is no way to breathe in there for the side of CKG Legacy. Thus, like it's a very very easy attack for Blacklist International Ultimate. But AJ, CKG had an ounce of hope when the places were traded. What do you think has been one of the downfall for the side of CKG Legacy at that point?
Here's the thing. CKG Legacy, they were doing amazing, right? They kept trying, they kept going out there, and they wanted to strategize, but this was something that we expected. Remember what we talked about, how Control is that one game changer in the competition. And when it is a mid to lower level team that takes the fight up against each other, it can be counted as a game changer. But when you're taking the fight up against a team like Blacklist International Ultimate, who has invested into a coach, into a person to have that third party view, right? And when you mentioned that, the only joke that appeared in my head, that popped into my head was, when you're smelly, you don't know. Everybody else around you knows. And that's exactly what the coach will be able to detect. The coach is able to detect what sort of plays are actually failing when the players themselves who are in that battle are so hyped up. They are, just crazy with adrenaline pumping through their veins. They won't be able to pinpoint exactly what sort of changes they need to bring into that sort of a matchup. And, so we're not going to hold anything against CKG Legacy for taking a loss against Blacklist International Ultimate. In fact, they just got welcomed into a club of many other teams that got thrashed by Blacklist International Ultimate as well. So there's no surprises here, right? But what's important is the adjustments that are brought in the double round robin setup. Yes, you've taken a loss already, but how will you try to fight back? What sort of adjustments can you prove as a pro team in the world of Call of Duty Mobile that you can adjust and fix in terms of your strategy and approach in these matches against a team as supreme as Blacklist International Ultimate? The loss is not a benchmark. How they bring in that improvement, that is the benchmark.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would like to go back to the point that you made earlier for the Low Kings, wherein they have plan A up until plan Z if needed, plan Z if needed. I mean, they have a different kind of approach, and I think those plans has been brought in by like a lot of losses as well. And there's another quote. I just can't remember the exact words, AJ, wherein you have to lose a million times to be able to win, so that you'll be able to learn. And that is what we want to point out for those teams that have been cleaned out, not just by Blacklist International Ultimate, but all throughout this day, because so far it's been a 3-0 streak. And I'm just hoping that it will be broken, especially for the next series that we're going to go into. But we've seen a lot of teams like Blacklist International Ultimate, West Point Mambo Kings, wherein they have been so dominant in this game, and I really love to see on what else can other teams really do in this. I want to go deep into the minds of the team, so probably that will be in a later talk, probably for a different day. But for those of you who aren't here watching, remember guys, even if we are seeing a 3-0 streak right now, it doesn't mean that the opposing team, the losing team, is really not giving out their all, or it's really a complete dominance. It's just that they haven't learned that much compared to what we've seen, from what the experience has been brought into for the top teams that are showing up in this game. And we mentioned that from the side of HUNTSMEN. We also mentioned that for the Low Kings and the effort that they have, though they are a new name compared to the HUNTSMEN and the Blacklist International Ultimate. But the effort that they have placed into studying the gameplay as well as the tactics of other teams, the counters that has been used so far against them, not just by the Low Kings, but also by other teams, other grade teams. And study really puts in a lot of things. And it's not just in school. Like Ceci and AJ would agree, it's not just in school that you need to study. In life, there's a lot of studying that needs to be done, and that is where every team needs to improve. And for this, I think it's the improvement that we've seen from the side of CKG Legacy, especially on this part of hard point. There are a lot of counters that has been played, but Blacklist Internet just pull out an ace from their sleeve. Thus, they have been dominant in this game. But at some point, there are some instances wherein both teams are stopped to their heels, and it also translates to what we've seen in this search and destroy. How the slow and steady pace can be useful to a game of search and destroy. It's not always rushing. So going in onto this match, AJ, for Blacklist International Ultimate, do you think there will be, and I'm stepping forward into the future,
Yeah.
do you think they have what it takes right now to go and take the crown back for their team?
What a question, Neptune. Dude, it's going to be so hard, bro. It's going to be so hard to judge. I'll tell you why, right? I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Because during the group stages, it's a very unfair matchup, right? Because very specifically, we avoid from throwing those supreme teams into the groups, because if they clash a little bit too early, you are going to see a lot of upsets during the group stages in itself. But that being said, there are still quite a number of powerhouses within some group of deaths. But for the time being, based on their performance, we can't really say if or not Blacklist International Ultimate is at that level to rip that throne right back. But at the playoffs, based on the first few series, we should be able to judge. Based on this matchup against CKG, very clearly, Blacklist International Ultimate is ready to face Smarter Mega. Are they ready to demolish them and take their throne back? Only time will tell.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it's just very safe. Very safe answer. But Ceci, I know you've stepped into the competitive scene as well. And is it true? This is a myth that I've been trying to break. Is it true that competitive teams and players tend to hold off on the early part of games, just like this? This is the group stages, and then pull out everything that they have when it comes to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's true, especially if you know that there's a huge gap. Not to like nitpick or to insult, but other teams or other teams, like if they know that there's a big of a gap, they treat it as a warm up. So that's the mentality that other competitive players do in order to not reveal their cards. And I don't know if that's happening right now for Blacklist, but for sure CKG and the Blacklist, they did well. We saw the improvements throughout the game for CKG Legacy and Blacklist Ultimate. It's just they have the superior resources, like coaches, like the gameplay itself, the maturity of their team, and that's what separated from CKG Legacy.
All right, and there we have it, guys. We heard both sides of the story when it comes to Blacklist International Ultimate. Well, that ends it for the third series of this day. We are going to come back later for the last series for day number 5. So hopefully you stay in there, and also don't forget to like and share the stream, because we'll be right back.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Ha ha!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. We have enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of notes today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is the last series for Garena Masters Season 3, day number 5. So far, we've seen back-to-back battles, and it has been 3-0 all of the time. And this time, this is where we are hoping that everything will change. The streak of the donuts will be broken, and this is the battle between two teams of C8 United and VVV ESPORTS. But still, on the caster's desk, I am Neptune the General Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ and Cezzy. And AJ, what can you tell me about your insights, your assumptions of this battle of C8 United and VVV ESPORTS?
I think you hit the nail right on the head. For the first time, we're going to have a series that might not end up in a 3-0, right? Because we look at C8 United and we look at the quality that they bring to the competition. Just like the West Point Mamba Lowkings, these were the newcomers that took the scene by storm. They showed us their quality. I mean, we're talking about a solid lineup between Toy, Ange, Ron, Joshua. You know, this star-studded team that have proven themselves on the big stage in Call of Duty Mobile that they can take it all the way. And of course, you've got VVV ESPORTS, who have done more than prove themselves, right? And this is the kind of team that when they fail, they just motivate themselves to get so much more stronger. And when you look at this team, you see those qualities in them in the Garena Youth Challenges. In Season 1, they got to the grand finals, but they just couldn't go the distance. And you saw what they did in Season 2. Dream lower bracket run all the way to the top, reset the bracket, thrash Sem9 3-0, and just gave us the series, the competition, the grand finals of a lifetime that we enjoyed so much. So two supreme teams going head-to-head against each other. Obviously, one team has to take the win, but it's not going to be a flat-out 3-0 unless we see some magic out there on the battlefield from either side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, magic and miracles that will be pulled out by the teams to be able to make it one-sided. But speaking of one-sided, it has been one-sided all throughout the 3 series that we've seen so far, from HUNTSMEN to ACNO FINESSE, 3-0 in favor of the HUNTSMEN. We have the West Point Mamba Lowkings going against Sector 0, 3-0 once again. In BLACKLIST, International Ultimate, and CKG Legacy, from what we've seen earlier, it is still a 3-0. And as AJ mentioned, really, his insights of this battle might break this streak of the donuts, and because of the two teams, the two brands right here, really. I mean, the C8 brand as well as the VVV brand has put in a lot of talents into the scene, wherein we will be able to see if the battle of this two brands right now, from the team of United and VVE, C8 United and VVE ESPORTS, will come to a close, very, very close match, or will there be miracles or magic going to happen for either side? But we are going to look at the lineup of all these, or both of these teams, and we're going to point out some of the details. And it's a good point, AJ, that you made earlier about the performance of the team, and it's not just for this engagement. Also from the earlier engagement, wherein some of the members of teams really are popping off. And I would say for the C8 United brand, it is this member of Joshua who has always been heard being shouted by their casters, AJ, Ceci, Kali, Coach Jay, Warden, and all, and Fasha as well. And Joshua really has performed in here, and we've asked a lot as well from some of the members of the teams. Ron, Koki, Joshua, Toy, G, and Ange in here. We've asked from the previous competition that I shouted or that I hosted for this game that they put in a lot more of effort so that they will be in there as well, showing up in this match. But in a bit, looking at VVV Esports, as AJ mentioned, they have taken the season 2 of Garena Youth Challengers. They are being put on the plate right now, and I would say for both these teams, because we talked about Blacklist International Ultimate earlier, they both challenge the previous series player, the team that played from previous series, which is CKG Legacy and Blacklist International Ultimate. But before going to my question, Ceci, let's check out the lineup of VVV Esports. We have Kenshi, Chroma, Mac, Owen, Yaku, and AC. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. But this is the team that will be representing VVV Esports for this matchup. Now, going back to the insights that I'm going to ask you, Ceci. Since we've seen Blacklist International Ultimate play against these two teams, what do you think will be the great advantage of either team for this matchup?
Triple V, their advantage will be their mature system because they have proven it. They have proven that their strategies are effective in GYC and GYC2 and GYC1, and they are actually their lineup is actually familiar. So the team play of them will be much more mature than C8 United, because C8 United, they came from different teams. You got Toy, Ron, Joshua, the trio that stayed in C8 United during Garena Master Season 2, and then you put in Ange with from INI1, and G from J1 Cynic, and then Koki is the counterpart of Mac in C8, because he is the OG C8 here, and he is going back to C8 United in order to help his juniors. But on the side of Triple V, you got four members. You got four members staying from their original lineup. So they don't have any problems on maintaining their play, because it's just one player that was out of this equation. So they just need to teach Chroma their system. Well, of course, Mac here, he's a Triple V OG, so he probably knows the rotations that Triple V has. And I think in terms of like adaptability, Triple V has it here, Neptune.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. We are looking at similarities as well as differences between these teams, but looking at the head-to-head right now, looking at Joshua and Kenshi, average kills really still favoring Joshua right now. But we pointed out that there are some individuals really moving up compared to the other members of the team, whereas VVV, because of the tenure that they have, as Ceci mentioned as well, the maturity that they have in the scene really has been spread out all throughout. But looking at the head-to-head MVP, it is a clear picture that will really show the insights that AJ mentioned. It's well balanced for both teams. So this is a chance for us to see, to really break that donut run that has been going all throughout the day from the first three matches, first three series that we've seen. And AJ, the history of VVV Esports, I know it has been a while since they showed up right now and jumping in Garena Masters. Like from the start that you saw VVV Esports in here after the Garena Youth Challengers, what are your expectations for VVV Esports?
I mean, my expectation is obviously for them to take it all the way, right? Because if you look at them in Garena Masters Season 1, they were in the group stage. They couldn't even make it through to the playoffs. And that's how much they struggled. But they truly shined later on at the Garena Youth Challenges. But when it comes to Garena Masters Season 2, you didn't see VVV Esports there. And that's going to be that one missing link, that one missing piece of data that we are probably going to be struggling with in terms of comparing these two teams, for real head-to-head, right? Because we do not have very recent engagements between these two out there on the battlefield. So when you look at through their achievements, it seems like it's going to be a head-to-head battle that can go down to the wire, but you never know, because just like how some teams have managed to improve a lot, C8 United has kind of dropped some of their dominance out there on their battlefield. It could be that, or it could be that they have been dominant and other teams have caught up in terms of that strategy and dominance, and they don't seem as dangerous anymore. That can be a huge threat, because if you look at the more recent performance, VVV outclasses them. That's the danger here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we're talking about is the now and not the yesterday. And we've
Correct.
talking that in the background as well. Like every time you feel or you see that you are not performing to an extent that is expected of you, it really it really you are going to be overtaken by those who have been keeping improving, keeping learning, and that is when you show up in there for the most recent tournaments. But going into for the now of what will be happening in the maps and modes, we have Summit that will be our place for the hard point. So as we jump into the game, good luck to the teams, and AJ and Ceci, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. We will catch up with you in a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, the final series of the day as things kicks off on Summit. Let's wish both of these teams good luck, because they sure as heck are going to need it. These two teams, as they bash their heads up against each other, one is surely going to bleed. Let's hope that it's just not too terrible. Owen engages, very quickly steps on away, still sustains, survives. Twy catches him out finally, but VVV Esports already making headline down at that hard point. And that second floor, although the players of C8 United try to control it, VVV Esports showing the better strategy, playing more number of players down at the hard point in itself to pick up these initial points, Zezzy.
Yeah, definitely. And C8 United, they need more diversity. All of them went for the second floor. So Triple V Esports, they just need to aim their weapons at one place. Now, with the C8 United having the diversion place here, another problem has arisen for them. The 1v1 gunfights is not really working for them. So now they need to stack their numbers somewhere. Maybe a three-man stack and then a two-man stack. Not really just a 1v1 for all directions, because they will be losing their gunfights. Now look at the score, 50 points in the get-go for Triple V. And because of that one small mistake from C8 United, it has come to this, and ACNO has the first score streak. And another thing is that C8 United, this is their favorite pick, Radio.
Shout out, by the way, to the one and only iFerg, who's tuning in as well. I wonder if or not he has got some comments in terms of how these teams are performing against each other. But VVV Esports really running away with the initial hard point. But C8 United now has an opportunity to make a comeback. 38 seconds to work with, but a little open. And VVV Esports, it doesn't look like they want to rush in for this, right? They know they can play that time. They gather their players up first, and they've got the spawns out of the Gorilla base, and using the game of numbers, they very quickly overtake. But C8 United, they supposedly have got the better spawns in here, just unable to send their players up to the battle point. Finally, they do. 16 seconds to go. C8 United can catch up, and VVV Esports focusing on those early rotations into the Money Hill cable car platform, but they need C8 United halfway through that. Chroma is going to be challenged, and C8 United all of a sudden is doing so much of work on the battlefield.
Very good read coming from C8 United. They read that Triple V is prioritizing the next hard point. Now they gather the numbers, double back down, and counter the what Triple V Esports want. And now C8, this superiority against Triple V is really working. They got a hold of this spawn, which will greatly help them. Now Triple V is spawning on their spawns, but the Preds will be helping them lessen the numbers on the spawn point of C8 United. Now Owen is sneaking up to the spawns as well, and he gets 2 kills, but man, C8 United, very well played, very huge lead coming in. I mean, it's really a nice play that they're doing.
Absolutely, man. I mean, to catch up with VVV Esports, who had such a commanding lead set up at that first hard point, that takes a lot of effort. And C8 United, they were doing two things at the same time, picking up those scrap points from P2, sending in that early rotation anchors all the way at P3, and then winning the majority of their gunfights as well. Only those final few seconds given away, but that's not going to be too much of a problem at all. As you can see, C8 United, they have done more more than enough to catch up with the players of VVV. A single kill being picked up by the Predator missile, and might have just played it a little bit more patiently, because you never know exactly when an XS1 Goliath is going to appear out there on the battlefield. So far, a single kill out of that Preddy, a little bit of a waste if you ask me. But C8 United, they want to run away with this. They have not the spawns on their side, but they are on the way to go and get it. And this is what you've got to love about C8 United. Although they have got the hard point, they focus on the strategy of that map first, Sezi, and now they've got a good chance of making their way back in here.
Yes, strategy, and then combining it with the operator skills to make the plan work. That is how C8 United conquered this hill. But now Triple V will be returning fire with their Sparrow. But Angge, with that gravity vortex, still Triple V got a hold of this spawn point. So C8 United, they need to double back down. They need to focus on P1 instead, because this was their losing point earlier. This was where Triple V got the 50-point lead from the get-go, and they need to prevent them from happening by spreading out all their forces in this hard point, maybe taking the second floor for themselves also, just to diversify their tactics and not being pushed by a one-wave push from Triple V here, AJ.
Oh yeah, you gotta love the plays from Triple V as well, right? Just cool, calm, and collected all the way through, not really rushing the process. They know C8 United is a solid team, and therefore they do not overstep their boundaries, always going in for the engagements, but making sure they've got the game of numbers, even as they overextend, take those flanking positions, they win gunfight after gunfight. But C8 United showing them who's boss this time round over at P1. Rod, great angle to hold on to. Two more of those players from the side of VVV popping on in. Grenade, a little premature to be popped, and a trophy system played first, but Rod will still bag up Ace Key. 111 to 117. VVV Esports, no matter how much of effort they put in here, they don't seem to be running away from C8 United just yet. This match is as close as we anticipated it to be.
Man, C8 United is bouncing back with their mechanical skills, because Triple V, they were diversifying their attack. They were actually having this multiple angle entry, which over and over again, C8 counters Triple V Esports. Now, because of those skills, Ron is fully streaked up. Angge has the score streak as well as G here, which will aid them in this P2, where you got the bread here, and this is an open hard point. You can actually have the operators skills later on, because Triple V right now, they are having these hard point, and C8 United, this is the perfect time for them to use these score streaks.
And, you know, they haven't really brought it out just yet. They just want to depend on their mechanical capability, and a good call by C8 United at that very point, right? Moving on in without the assistance of those score streaks. But how long can they sustain this battle? Yeah, beautiful double kill coming through as he delivers all of those shots for the side of C8 United. They take over the hard point once again. Yeah, great plays coming through. Owen, once again, VVV Esports being forced to double back down towards that early anchors on P3. But if you ask me, that's way too early, Zezzy. And they're giving away free points to C8 United that they might just regret towards the end of the game.
And this is why Triple V is prioritizing this one. This is an unbreakable hill if you get to hold this spawn. And with the spawn at the P2, it's basically not a money hill. So you can get to contest it or maybe just pester it for a while. And the Triple V, once they get the spawns here, you cannot break this. Now C8 United, they're stepping up to the challenge. Toy and gets the double kill. But Triple V, still, they have the spawn. So they will be respawning there endlessly here, AJ.
Oh, I love this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, C8 United, big brain plays. They know that the early spawns picked up by VVV Esports, and therefore they just hop on onto the hill. They bring in their operators as well, and the Sparrow's going to be more than enough for them to hold on to these points. Ron gets shut down by Yaku, who can bring out that Sparrow as well. He moves on to take over the anchor spots, but Angge is there. He shuts him down. 140 to 183 as VVV Esports now command this hard point. Joshua goes in for that long rotation, catches the backs of those players, but Kenshi was ready for him. That CBR4 for the challenge, and VVV makes sure that they do not lose this to C8 United. And because of that long range distance of rotation that the players of C8 United need to pull off here, you can see VVV Esports focusing on the exact same thing as well. They cut away their plays and they give away scrap points to C8 United, and they move forth to yet another money hill. VVV Esports may be behind in terms of points, but strategy wise they are solid, and C8 United better watch out, because VVV Esports about to make a comeback now, Zesty.
Yeah, they're about to make a comeback with the resources here. Ace-Key has a fully streak up. Chroma has the operator skills. They have the spawns right here, and this is quite a hard hill to break. Now, C8 United, they need to diversify against their attacks. But with the Predator missiles, with the score streaks from Triple V, they are preventing the push of CH United with those little informations. Now Toy gets a hold of the spawn, and this is a deadly situation for Triple V.
And once again, the players of C8 United focusing on the map mastery first. Control the spawns, you control the hard point. And through those spawns, they move their numbers in. 198 to 187. VVV Esports still putting up one heck of a fight for their lives, not wanting to let go of this just yet. And they are on the verge of equalizing. Ron brings in the Sparrow, blows himself up to Kingdom Come at the very same time. But C8 United, they've got the numbers to sustain. Why? Because they play the map. Why? Because they hold on to the spawns and they force VVV once again to go in for those early rotations. This game is not over just yet. This game is super hot, and I feel like it has just started, Zezzy.
And now, Triple V. This is a hard hill to break for CH United. On that first rotation, you have seen the 50-point mark for Triple V. Now, CH United, they need to change their strategies. And this time, they will be stacking their numbers on the bottom floor. But Yako with the smoke here will be countering those rotations from CH United. And this will force CH United to try again and break this hill. Now, they change again their strategy, entering in another entrance, and Triple V still guessing where CH United will be coming from, but fortunately CH Chroma here has the Sparrow to counter those stacks here, and that's why CH United is failing in these stacks.
VVV, Bob and Weave, Hunter Killer Drone just wasted by Yaku, sends it straight into the wall, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the numbers on the side of VVV still holding on to these points. The challenge comes through. C8 United breaks the hill. Joshua and Ron now hold on to this. C8 United trying to run away with this matchup, but the game is not over. They still have got a lot of points to pick up, but the timer on this P1 is not going to be enough. VVV Esports going in for a little bit of a challenge, but they do not have the numbers to sustain, and C8 United will wrap up this hard point into P2. The spawns of P2 not taken up by either side, but from what we have seen in the past, even though you're spawning out the gorilla base, you've got a lot of time to make it through into that hard point on that number 2. Joshua turns around, brings out the Sparrow, but the Sparrow isn't as useful as he wants it to be. This is the part where the players of United really need to hustle, because VVV is looking to make a strong comeback here.
Yeah, definitely. And Triple V right now, they need to stack their numbers in the hardpoint itself. They need to stop on stacking their numbers onto the next hardpoint, because one mistake, this game could be over. Now ASK pops his resources here, but still to no avail, because CH United, they keep on swarming these numbers. They keep on stacking the numbers here, and all those investments are coming through. Now we are getting on the close game, 237 to 234. AJ, there's a back and forth action here.
Yeah, we promised you guys that this matchup was just starting, and both of these teams turning on. They are activating their best plays. Final few seconds. No player on the side of VVV close enough for the challenge, and the one player in the name of Chroma that steps up loses his life. 16 points difference, as close as we expected it to be between these two teams. We are surely not gonna have a 3-0 unless we see magic on the battlefield, and even in the first matchup here, Neptune, magic has been seen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, disappearance as well as duplication magic has been seen in here. Disappearance of a team from the first, for P1 and P2. I would say, like, it was just one-sided at that point. It's because of that. Those 2 points really provide a great advantage when it comes to taking the hill, and if you can control that, then you'll be able to stack up onto the point. But later on, because of the capacity of C8 United to be able to counter and contest a lot of those hills, they managed to spawn to do a spawn trap, as well as break the early rotations that is being done by VVV, but it's still being countered either way by VVV. Thus, towards the end and the final rotation of the hills, that's where we start it off again. As you mentioned, AJ, that's just the start of the battle. And it was, if 150 is already long, imagine 50 points that is needed by both team starting off from P1. That is very, very close indeed. And 250 to 234, I would agree. These teams are fair off with mechanical skills as well as tactics that they can use. And I like to see as to which part of this game that will be one-sided. Respawn has been over. We are jumping into search and destroy in firing range. And Ceci, your thoughts on the best approach in firing range, because we've seen that earlier from the previous series. What is the best approach really in the search and destroy firing range?
Gather information first and then decide on how to deal with the retake, because bomb site A and bomb site B, they have this same characteristic where you can get inside with 3 angles, and once you fully maximize the potential of those 3 angle entry, then you can almost retake every bomb situation unless you lost on the mechanical skills. But if you pulled that well, if your coordination pays off, like you distract them from one side and then you successfully push on another side, then the efficiency of that strategy will be maximized. Now, Triple V, given that they have Kenshi the sniper, so information wise they have a lot of information, but C8 United, I do think that a distinct characteristics wise here, C8 United, since they are losing on the like the maturity together, I think one of their greatest strength is their individual capacity on the gunshots, on their gunfires. And Triple V, they do have this teamwork and this rigid cooperation. So C8 United, for me, they need to slow things down first, and then watch out for countermeasures against Triple V, because this is Triple V's map. So you can expect that a lot of strategies will be prepared for Triple V here in this map, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And Triple V, as we've seen previously, they are the ones who were able to challenge Blacklist International Ultimate in firing range search and destroy. So, AJ and Ceci, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. We'll catch up with you in a little bit, but Ron with a hot day to open up the matchup against their opponents. And from the very get-go, VVV Esports will just struggle a little bit without Yaku, but it's not something they cannot readjust from. Just one man down in here, Zezi. Not a lot to deal with.
Man, that grenade had a lot of impact, because they were planning on a 5-man stack on the bomb site B, but after that grenade connected, they doubled back down and they tried to go for the bomb site A. Now, they will be met with 4 members of C8 United, which potentially could be encircling them from 3 angles. Now, number 3, Kenshi, will be missing Ron, and that's a crucial mistake if you are Triple V, Ray J.
I mean, we've seen more than that mistake from the side of Triple V, right? Even one huge reason why they lost that matchup earlier on was because of those early rotations. Remember the comment that I made at one point that VVV Esports might just regret some of those early rotations, because you're giving away way too many points, way too many opportunities to C8 United, and they will capitalize on those opportunities. And this is just C8 United trying to make some leeway here for themselves as well. But Mac and Kenshi respond by shutting down their players, and C8 United, they started off good, but they don't have the numbers to sustain. Good engagement with Mac, but Ace-Key deals the final blow. 1-0, and VVV Esports are in front.
Yeah, Triple V Esports are in front. Right now, C8 United, they did have the potential to encircle them, but the execution was poor because the distraction was there. But Ron didn't move so quick and take advantage of that distraction. Now, Triple V Esports, they had the time to check the flank, and it was Kenshi who had the quick scope on the point blank range against Ron with the Mac 10. So very impressive sniping skills from Kenshi. Now it's a 5v5, and Triple V Esports, they can stack more with the numbers here, AJ.
Let's see them get that play pulled off as Cookie just holds on to the back of the white warehouse. Oh, 2 players on this round. Goes in for the first one. Hit mark on the second one. Can he finish it off? Cookie pulls out the MW11 as well. Goes to town with those players. Ace-Key dropped out of the equation, but he gets a little bit too excited. Gets taken out of the equation. Mac, beautiful shot to recover for the players of VVV. Joshua and Ron pushing the boundaries, and the CBR4 does catch Kenshi off guard. Mac can sustain, but 2-on-1 wasn't really a good situation for him. Great engagements as well as response from the side of CA.
What in the world was that? Collateral shot on the bomb site A, and that will have a huge effect on Triple B. I think they will be reducing their stacks here. Now look at how they stack their numbers. They let one member check it first before having this play. Now C8 United, they need to encircle real fast because this could be a deadly situation for C8 United.
See if Fanatic will be able to pull one back here. Boy, great engagement, but Jay is sticky, catches ACNO from afar. And the players of C8 United are just thumping down VVV Esports one after the other. Yaku, final survivor, and he just openly engages with those players. Joshua shuts him down, and that's a little bit of a GG of an engagement towards the very end. C8, what a play, 2-1. They seem to have found their rhythm after that first match.
Yeah, and one thing that I can say here is that grenades win games, because on that 2 rounds that C8 United won their game, it was a grenade that changed the pace of the game. Now, Triple V United, Triple V Esports, they need to find a way how to counter the aggressiveness of C8 United. I think they need to slow things down first and let C8 United commit a mistake, because if they repeat the same A push again and again and again, then C8 United can just repeat their winning strategy again, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But VVV, they've got an opportunity to turn things around. They've got the quality. You saw the distance they went against C8 United in that first matchup. Just a little unfortunate. A few of those mistakes being called out and taken advantage of by the side of C8 United. Yaku finds no one. And I tell you, the defensive positions held on by C8 United here is just superb. Can't really get caught out by Yaku when they are hiding away, waiting for VVV to just head on down to that bomb site, right? A bomb site, finally. It will be approached by ACNO, who goes in for the plant. And this is a retake situation on the setup here for C8 United. They're just waiting for that plant before they can find that moment to react. 40 seconds now on the clock. C8 United, what sort of magic you've got for us? They send in 3 players all at the same time to rush down the bomb site. Oh, magic! Oh, they spoke up as well. This is gonna be an absolute GG. The defusal on the way already. Can C8 United do it? I think they're gonna pull this off.
Man, Kenshi with a 2-piece will be preventing the bomb defuse, but G right now going for the step up. Huge, but man, oh man, this is it. 1v1 Mac will be saving the day. Oh my goodness. When Triple V is in a danger situation, their ancestor, Big Mac, is ready to save the day here, AJ.
Nah, I tell you, bro, that was perfection from the side of C8 United. The execution was just a little soft. I feel like they could have just used a couple of more tacticals there. Perhaps maybe a stun, maybe a concussed grenade, just to slow down the pace of VVV Esports, because the idea was to allow them to plant, rush on in, smoke out the spot, and get the defusal. But they got distracted with some of those engagements there. And if only they had played more of their tacticals, things could have been different. So I really like the ideation here from C8 United. They know that they need those offense strategies to catch VVV Esports off guard. And it almost worked there, Ceci.
Yeah, definitely. The discipline from C8 United is really good. They need information first before moving out. And one type of information is the actual planting of the bomb. It gives you the information where the opponents are. And now, until no information has been given, C8 United is just hiding. That is the trend so far. So very well played for C8 United, not letting themselves be picked off and commit those mistakes that eventually will lead people to success. Now, information has been given. Expect a shift in the rotation for C8 United.
They can pull off. Yeah, ACNO, good engagement, but ACNO just goes in for the pro, stands right back up when that stun had been won off, gets that player, puts him down onto the ground, but Owen now needs to sustain. It's a 2v3, numbers not on their side, and Owen gets put out of commission, but Yaku, what a snipe, jumps up, shit. Takes that guy down, but pulls out the CBR4. Just wasn't enough in terms of the game of numbers. 14 seconds on the clock. More than enough for C8 United to pull this defusal off. And it looks like this matchup is as equal as what we saw Hardpoint to be. It's just back and forth between these two.
Definitely. And I want to take this back to the statement earlier where C8 United, they're more on the gunfights. Triple V, they're more on that systematic approach and the strategies itself. So what C8 United is doing is that Triple V, they are letting Triple V plant because that's one part of their strategy, and then they don't give time for Triple V to actually execute the second part of their strategy, which is to defend the bomb. So C8 United, they unleashed their strength here, which is the gunfights. And by catching off guard Triple V, they cannot do anything about their gunfight skills. So now C8 United, as the defenders right now, still they need to do the same strategy. But Triple V, they're changing their movements right now. They're just waiting for the information, the bomb to be planted, and Goki with that shot. This will greatly boost the confidence of C8 United.
C8 United, Jay, is losing a little bit of HP. Ron not really losing his life just yet. Almost lost it, my lord! Kenshi just whips out the MW11, puts Jay down. Twoi taken out. Yaku eats up Joshua as well. All of a sudden, VVV waking up Yaku with a soft engagement this time around. Ron bags a double for himself, turns around, and this one is just a solid round out of C8 United. Back and forth it went, but it was the one and only Yaku making such a huge difference earlier on. 4-2, and C8 United slowly peeling away, Zezzy.
Yeah, definitely. C8 United, they are not falling under the tricks of Triple V. You have seen the depth of the Triple V strategy. They sent 3 members on the bomb site B, but the bomb was planted on bomb site A. Fortunately, C8 United's signal was the bomb plant itself, so they did not fall on the trap by Triple V on the bomb site B, and instead, they used that opportunity to engage in a 5v2 on the bomb site A and then take care of the rest when they won the lineups. But now, this is a different situation because C8 United is on the attacking side. So what they need to do is to test the waters first, because Triple V, if Triple V has the strategy on the defensive side and C8 United, they just have the gunfight skills, then it's a hard situation to break for C8 United. They need to pop off their They need to pop off their tacticals and their smoke to push and get the gunfights.
It's a hard situation. The players all smoked up. Nowhere else to go. Engagements off screen. Apologies for that. Ace Key shuts down Ron. Manages to bag yet another one as well, but Kenshi takes him out. Just trades right back and forth. But 2v2 now. Cookie alongside Twoi holding the fort for C8 United. But as he gets dropped, the opportunity to just move on in and rip this away from the side of C8 United appears for VVV Esports. Cookie, it's a 2v1. How can he clutch this out? Has got the DLQ, but Yaku catches him looking away, puts him down, and just like that, VVV Esports rip one round back. One more to equalize.
Man, one more to equalize. C8 United right now, they need to keep the ball rolling. If a team here like Triple V Esports is playing slow, then C8 United, they need to play it super fast. Throw all the smokes, throw all the tacticals, plant the bomb, and then spread your defensive parameter. Avoid being encircled by Triple V. I think that's the key. And if you look at the things right now, if you attack the bomb site A right now, it's a 5v2. And Kenshi is waiting for the middle information. So what you need to do for C8 United is to stack on the A long. And if talking about stacking, C8 United is successful on that is in the previous round as long as they have the smokes and the concussions. So I think that is the good choice for C8 United if they want to break this seemingly impossible break wall for Triple V Esports here, AJ.
Triple V still peeking around, trying to catch out some of these players on the attacking side of C8 United. But so far, it's going to be a push Yaku opportunity, but a good slide down. Yaku backs both, traded out by Twoi, but the damage has been done. C8 United, they've made a beeline already towards that B bomb side, but instantaneously, they turn tails, they run towards that A bomb side, but the players of BBB are not falling for it at all. They're on the way. Ace-Key, do not stand up at the wrong time, my boy. Jay is already approaching the situation. He turns the corner, catches out Ace-Key, a little unsuspecting there, and now the numbers all onto the side of C8, all equal, apologies, Cookie. And we can see the overextension coming through from the side of VBV now to take their own backstab, but the damage from the side of C8 United has already been done. Great response once they got caught out by Yaku.
And now this is the multiple angle entry that we are waiting for. C8 is trapped right now, but man, oh man, Kenshi. with the double kill right there, takes them all out, and now numbers are equalized. Triple V, very big brain plays through that outplay 1v2. They didn't fall on the trap here, and bomb site A was the key for Triple V. C8 United, I think they need to be decisive here, AJ.
I feel like, VVV Esports really need to step it up, especially Aski, because he shouldn't have lost that gunfight, right? He was supposed to be in a situation where he should have known those players were on the approach. He was looking the wrong way and had to pay a big price for that. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, because it was lucky that VVV Esports still managed to find that equalizer as the numbers were all equal. Things just turned out to be on their side. And it's a 4-4 now, all equalized. Kenshi, Wallbank's not going to connect as the attacking side of C8 United moves on straight towards that A-bomb site. Double grenade! Trophy systems taken out. C8 United knows exactly what to expect. Ron goes in for the God sprays, and he most definitely prayed. It was all answered. Mac and Yaku step on right back into the white warehouse, and they slay Mac now. But the head glitch by Joshua played super well. Joshua's not going to get caught out, and he continues ducking away. Mac hops on out, tries to clear the perimeter. The numbers not looking great on the side of C8 United though.
Man, this is very good for Triple V Esports. Their response was lightning quick, and now Joshua with the glitch will be countered by Kenshi! And that's the world champion here for you, AJ.
Oh Lord, Kenshi, the sniper that you most definitely want on your side in an S&D matchup, bro. The guy just too quick. VVV Esports, and it's not like his opponent was just standing there like a sitting duck, right? He went in there for the duck, literally,
Yeah.
but he couldn't squat down quick enough, man. Kenshi just slid in there, dropped that quick scope, took him out of the equation, and now VVV Esports, they've got the lead in here. C8 United, they better check themselves, Ezzy.
Yeah, they better check themselves, because Triple V, once they hear the bomb being planted, they move lightning quick, and they don't give any time for C8 United to react. And now things will be worse for C8 United as Joshua will be taken out. Now Triple V Esports, they are just lurking somewhere, stacking their numbers. Koki, oh my goodness, AJ, C8 United, they're falling one by one here.
One by one, they get taken down, and VVV Esports looking for the sixth round, and Aski shuts down Ron as well. Beautiful engagement, and then discipline shown by the side of VVV Esports, not going in for the overextension. Jena will be able to catch out Aski. No hit gets played, but Owen still jumps on up high in the sky, manages to get that shot, and match point for VVV Esports, who started this SND soft.
Man, this is the perfect side for Triple V Esports, because they are on the defending side. They get to implement their strategies to counter C8 United, and C8 with the gunfires just as their strength here. It is being quickly countered by Triple V right now, with Owen with a double wall bang here, AJ.
That's a GG right there. But C8 United down in numbers. Mac steps on out. CBR4 doesn't catch him off guard. Jay just gets taken down. Mac just showing the Holger sometimes a little bit much better in those engagements. Yaku shuts down Toy, and he manages to catch Cookie as well. 7-4. Very Vici with a strong response.
Man, strong response, showing that this is their map. And they just left C8 United with no choice, because Triple V, they have a very mature and systematic approach on how to retake the bomb site A. And I'm very impressed with the way Triple V was really played this one, because as soon as the bomb gets planted, all of the members just move out, perform the encirclement, go for the retake, and just destroy the opponent that planted the bomb. Very excellent movements from Triple V, and I think our analysts here would be agreeing that, won't you? Do you, Neptune?
Yeah, I would. I mean, it's a good stride in here that has been made by VV Esports, especially on the second half of this series, or of this search and destroy. First, we were thinking that it was just a trade-off back and forth between these two teams, but when the coordination of the teams of VV Esports really has been activated, that is when they take over this game against C8 United. And looking at the scores right now, this is similar to one of the loss of Blacklist International Ultimate. It's 4-7 as well in favor of VV Esports, and we could say really a search and destroy is their map, though they are showing a little bit of slow movement when it comes to the points of earlier on in the search and destroy. It's pretty much testing waters. They understanding the rotations of the opposing team, thus they can put in an approach of their own to be able to counter whether they're in the attack or on the defense. And there you have it. It's all tied now, and we have broken the curse, everybody. The curse of the donut has been taken out in here for the last series of this day. And AJ, I mean, this VVV Sports, how much else do you think C8 United could have done against VVE Sports on that search and destroy?
Brother, there's nothing much more they could have done compared to whatever they already showed us that they wanted to do, right? And I feel like we already called out the series even before the start of it, where throughout the whole day, 3s and O's are expected. But in this one, you got to be insane if you think that either side is going to be able to just whack the other, without any sort of response whatsoever, right? Clearly, VVV Esports were the favorites to pick up the S&D, especially because you've got that world-class sniper in the name of Kenshi on their side. But what makes VVV better than C8 United is the fact that they don't even need Kenshi to be their top fragger. They've got so many players on their side who are capable of stepping up for the squad and delivering that victory at the end of the day. And Kenshi just has to be that outlier, the one that catches all of those long rotations, the one that opens up some of those engagements, and his presence in that S&D matchup was just super stellar, and the backup that he received was even better, right? So expected, but now in this matchup, Control, a new mode that's thrown into the mix. Both of these teams, I expect them to go the distance as well. We are potentially looking at a 5-round Control here, guys.
5-round Control, and thank you for that, Neptune. We'll get to you back later, as C8 United right now will be at the attacking sides, but Triple V, they are defending the bomb, the B flag so good, and C8 United, they need a switch on their strategy, or they need to break this through brute force here, AJ.
I mean, I would prefer it if it's not brute force, because you've got lives that you need to protect, man. You gotta engage carefully. You gotta play those angles. You gotta camp. You gotta do the most hated thing in FPS games. You gotta hold on to a tight corner, and you gotta hope and pray nobody spots you, and you gotta take those cheeky kills. And that's exactly what Control is all about. And if you just bash your heads in against your opponents, you are gonna just be trading out left, right, center, giving away lives as you take lives. And that's not gonna be good for your team, especially if you are on the defending side. But VVV Esports, they're keeping a good line here in terms of a defense, awaiting C8 United to bring that fight to them. 15 seconds to go. Not a single one of those flags pulled away just yet. But Ron is going to be the guy to step onto that B flag to try to make a play here. If he gets shut down alongside his partner on this point, game over. Kenshi, big play time. Can he get the win? Yes, he does. 12 more seconds. VVV Esports now just needs to run the clock down for 5 more to round up round number 1.
And man, oh man, Triple V Esports did this job. Now Yaku, he is waiting to play the big role of the pincer. Now he gets 1, he gets 2. And man, oh man, he will miss the 3rd shot here, AJ.
Yep, but time's up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. VVV, they secure round number 1. Solid defense coming through. And this is what we're talking about, right? Playing the game of Control, knowing exactly when to invest all of your players into one of those flags. And you need strong teamwork. You cannot be spreading out thin, especially when you're on the attack, unless you know you're going to be confirmed winning all of those gunfights. And C8 United just thinking too highly of their engagement capability on raid after that hardpoint matchup, I believe. Let's see if or not they can take the fight once again, Jay. Good engagement. Joshua Twy all stepping up. Kenshi playing the head glitch really well. Sliver of health left. He doesn't take a player down. And C8 United taking the fight up to the players of VVV. They want to go in here for a spawn trap potentially. But no, VVV Esports, all of them rotate at the same time towards that A flag. This is a GGWP. C8 United needs to run to the other side.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. C8 United, it's either they run to the other side or let them them capture the flag and establish their defensive position on the bomb on the B flag. And because of this, because of CH United responding on the A flag, the lives
GG.
are counting down one by one, and now 4 members of CH United will go down because of just that response. Now, if I were CH United, I will be doubling back down towards B flag, invest all the resources there. But C8, they want it the hard way. They want to trim the lives down, and if you are C8, it's hard to do that against Triple V here, AJ.
Joshua, big kills can come through if he holds on to this angle well, and he does manage to shut down Chroma, but information gets given away. Toy shuts down Yaku. That A flag not taken just yet, and VVV managing to put their markers on just enough, but C8 United clears off that A flag. So final segment on the whole, but B flag already has got one segment stolen away. So all VVV now needs to do is just double back down towards that A flag, win their gunfight, and secure it, and put 1 extra minute on the clock, and they're on the way to getting that done already. Once again, C8 United 2 steps behind, slow on the rotation, safe room engagement coming through from Ron. Can he get the kill? There will be one player on the side of VVV that hops on through. Chroma shuts down G. Owen gets taken out of the equation. A flag all secured, and C8 United now need to deal with VVV Esports for another minute. But saving grace here, they've got a 10 life advantage, Zezzy.
Yeah, 10 life advantage in Triple V Esports. That will slow them down. That will force them to be cohesive. But the thing here is that they will be falling down in one fell swoop if C8 United will be getting here. But now, because B flag is already needed to be defended, and C8 United is focusing on their goal. Very well played from the side of C8 United. They know what to do. They know what their job is, and they're just sticking for that role here, AJ.
Yeah, 2 more lives. This should be a GG, and C8 United will be pulling it equal 1-1.
Oh my goodness!
Okay, too spicy with those 2 final kills. And as expected, this game should go the distance, but let's see if or not it does reach round number 5. For the time being, 1 apiece. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a race to the first team that can get a 3-round victory on Control. And so far, it doesn't seem like we've got either side on, a lot of that pressure, right? Because it's on the defensive side where you've got a lot of this advantage, where you've got your opponents just running into you and you can just shut them down. And that's the strategy that C8 United executed so well moments ago.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a replay from the round number 2 where C8 United has taken down 5 members from Triple V without any scratch. But now both of them has the operator skills ready, and this will elevate the competition further. Ace-Key takes down Koki, and that will nullify the power position that C8 United has. Now they will be switching down to the A flag. They will try the divide and conquer, potentially distracting Triple V and try to divide their numbers and sweep them out with this Sparrow invested by G here. But instead, he takes himself down. So C8 United, they're still down in numbers, and they will try to stack their numbers on the bombs on the B flag.
So we still see a lot of questions in the comment section asking us, how does Control work? Why did they even throw this mode into the competitive rotation? Let me tell you guys this. It's because the developers feel like Control is going to be much more exciting to watch, much more exciting for all of you guys to consume in terms of entertainment in comparison to Domination, right? Because you've got so many elements here. You've got a element from the side of Domination where you need to hop onto those flags, you need to capture it. And the problem here is you've got the elements of SND thrown into the mix as well, where you've got 30 lives, and this 30 lives is shared between all of your team members. So as the attacking team, as you try to go and secure the flags on the opposite side, you need to do it without losing all 30 of your lives. And therein lies the challenge in this matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is not easy. If you ask me personally, I will take Control any day of the time over Domination. I love this decision.
I do hope that Control is on the ranked games and could play that all day, man. Because you got 3 winning conditions here. The time, the flags, and the kills. And compared to Domination, once the game ends, it ends. But here, if the round ends, you can bounce back on the other rounds, and the roles are switching, so offensive and attacking and defensive, so you have more strategies to memorize and remember. And that makes the competition even fiercer. A lot of flavors will be added to the table here. And looking at this, Triple V actually taken the A flag. So C8 United will be forced to double back down on the B flag where they need to establish their anchor spots. But bad news here, AJ. Triple V has gotten ahead of them here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. They've got so much of time to work with. They've got a 2-life advantage as well. Very, very VG. They want to take this all the way, but Joshua steps in their way as well and stops them halfway through that. But Kenshi, out of nowhere, the Gravity Vortex gun will suck up 2 players on the side of C8 just so that they can continue placing their markers onto that B flag. Kenshi, big engagement coming through, but Ron with a god slide avoids the engagement, but still gets taken down. Kenshi not backing away from an engagement. Laundry side will be taken over by C8 United. These are big fights coming through. C8 needs to win it, no questions asked, and if they do not, they will lose this game. But at the very right time, Troy goes in with the investment of that Sparrow. The Dragonfire will be brought out by the side of VVV to get the extra bit of information. They know exactly where to anticipate the attack from, but C8 United with the big wins as Jay as well as Cookie hop on in. Yaku, big responsibility. Predator out of nowhere does not get anyone, but the fight by Kenshi and Owen will decide the pace of this matchup. Troy to get taken down. VVV, few more seconds, but Troy wins out such a big gunfight, and the players of C8 United still alive.
Oh my goodness, C8 is still alive, but now 5 lives remaining. What can they do? They need to get the terrain advantage to their side, and Toy does exactly that. With the head glitch, he pops off that RPD and takes down the members of Triple V. Now Triple V, they need to backstab C8 United to win this, AJ.
Oh, they do, but they're losing their lives. Only 2 more to play around with for the players of C8 United. Now make that 1 more. SJ takes himself out. Twi drop Yaku. This is very, very VG conquering C8 United. And that very last round, brother, it should have gone to the side of C8 United, but just a couple of mistakes. They didn't watch their bags, and that Dragonfire just gave away way too much of information for VVV Esports to play with. They knew exactly where to expect those players from. They went in with the attack. They attacked from those right angles. And we always knew in terms of one-to-one engagements out there on the battlefield, it is going to be equal. But that extra bit of strategy, that extra bit of information made a world of difference for very, very Vici to conquer C8 United.
Yeah, very well said there, AJ. Very on-point analysis, actually. That was the edge of Triple V against C8 United in that game. The information, the strategies, and those decision-making after getting those information quickly translated into the lead in the lives. And with the lead in the lives, C8 United will be slowing down with the pressure that the match point has given. And I think Neptune will be agreeing on with this one.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree. I mean, initially when we saw VVV attempted that approach earlier, they failed by losing all their lives before completing a capture or the second capture, I would say. But this time, I mean, they put in a lot of pressure. They understood the mistake that they've done earlier. Thus, they maintain the number of lives that they have, take those power positions, and as we saw earlier on, especially in the bird's eye view, that is where we've seen a lot of the taking of the laundry, as well as the gallery. And the laundry area is really not being contested, but those who are in the statue area are the ones falling down. And that is the advantage that has been taken by VVV Esports for that final moment, especially that everyone has moved in onto that area. So far, I mean, this is the promise. This is what we asked for, and the streak of the donuts has been taken out, and well, it's a good thing because C8 United as well as VV Esports are great teams, and great fights have been seen for all three matches of this series. So far for the control mode, Ceci, this goes to you. With what VV Sports did, especially on the final moment, what can you say can be or should have been the counter of C8 United from that fight?
I think they need to convert their their earlier kills and get the momentum because Triple V, they were winning a lot of fights. They were winning a lot of engagement. And I think strategy wise, Triple V has the upper edge because this is their map pick. So they have these unique strategies like the divide and conquer. They do know where and when to get in, and as well as the information gathering from Triple V. It's huge and crucial information for Triple V. They know where to expect C8 United. They can make countermeasures. They can respond to the divide and conquer as well of C8 United. If they want to push in B, then they send just the right number of members to counter the B flag players of C8 United. And I think those decision makings from Triple V really had the edge against C8 United, where C8 United just won one round. And I think the adaptability of Triple V Esports really had he really caught C8 United because after that loss in the defense and the attacking side of Triple V, they have adjusted. They have made up amends here, and they countered the playstyle of C8 United in the attacking side. That's why they have taken the win, and from there on, it translated into operator skills, onto the Dragonfires, the score streak, and as the game progresses, you get to unlock those operator skills and score streaks, which helped you to seal the game here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with everything that you said. And there's one thing really that I keep hearing, especially in the analysis of these games, all four matches that we've seen so far, all four series that we've seen so far, is adaptability and then the improvement that has been done match after match, series after series, that is being done by the teams and those winning teams. And I guess that is a key factor really to winning games, especially or even in a set of group such as C8 United and VVV Sports. But AJ, as we see this fight, we ended this, and then this is the series. I would say that I heard you shout very, very loud, and I felt that excitement. What can you say about this match between C8 United and VVV Sports?
It was a waste, man. I mean, C8 United, they almost got the victory towards the very end. I mean, god-level gunfights from the side of C8 United. But before you knew it, with the extra bit of information the BVV played with the Dragonfire, it managed to give them all of the information that they needed to capitalize on that situation, right? They took that backstep, they played those angles, and they just downed the number of lives that C8 United had on their side. And from a positive, it immediately turned into a negative situation, and C8 United then started fighting for their lives. And, once you start taking care of the number of lives you drop out there towards the late, parts of the game, you're not going to be focusing on strategy anymore. You're just going to be scared. You're going to be holding on to some of those angles. You're just going to be waiting for your opponents. That should be the attitude from the get-go, right? So, it just was the side of VVV Esports that forced C8 United to play a little bit more passive towards the end on that final round, which I feel could have gone to the way of C8 United. And I could have gotten my 5-round control, but instead, I just have to stick with a 4-round. So I'm unhappy with that because before this series even started, we were looking forward to this. We were anticipating this matchup because of how equally skilled they are. And I feel like both teams delivered, they entertained, and they did one heck of a job out there. And we already called it, man. I mean, although they're both equally matched, obviously there needs to be a winner, there needs to be a loser. And in this particular part, it was VVV, Veni Vidi Vici. I came, I saw, and I conquered with the game of information.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess the timing couldn't be better because from the start of that control, we were talking of why control, why do we have to put that in competition? And this game that the VVE Sports and C8 United, as well as the point that you mentioned, really gives us that idea. This is not domination anymore. You need to take care of the lives like in reality as well. You need to take care of the lives that you have, even though you have the aggressiveness and the rotations in your favor. when you're starting to lose lives, that puts in a lot more of pressure on you. Even if you'll be able to recapture that point that you have, and we've seen that from the final moments that was shown earlier. But soldier of the game, the MVP, we have Yaku right here from VVE Sports. Average kills of 23 and a KDA of 1.3. And so far, we've seen that the improvement of the teams of VVE Sports, or performance of the teams of VVE Sports, whether it's on hardpoint, search and destroy, and control, it has been spread out. But Yaku came up to the top for this series. And there you have it. That there ends this whole 4 series of this day. Promises has been achieved. I mean, has been given to us for breaking that donut run, and good show indeed. I mean, one. It's not that I don't like the complete domination of a team, but I keep saying this. I'm always gearing towards those underdogs, especially on a team-to-team battle. But this time, this is the most exciting series that we've seen for this day, and hopefully, moving forward, it will be just like this. Yes, it's shorter for a 3-0, but the excitement, the things that we learn from longer games, really, that gives a lot of juice in competitions just like this, as well as for the viewers, the fans out there. So hopefully you learn a lot from this tournaments, as well as from the competition that we've seen so far. Looking at the standings, we are going to see as to how the picture has been painted after this day, and going into Group A right now. We have, oh sorry, we are looking at the Group C and D. Let's focus on Group C and D, because that is where the members of, or the teams from today has played. And Low Kings still maintaining that dominance with 9-0. HUNTSMEN was able to take that 5-4 for the win and loss. For the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, yes, they are a 1 short compared to Low Kings. VVE Sports, similar to what the HUNTSMEN has shown so far. I would give you this, AJ, if in case we are going to put in these two teams, the ones who won this series against each other, who do you think will be coming up top?
Wait, for which series? Like these 2 series that we just watched?
Yeah, for say
Such a
Blacklist
tough one, man.
and,
That's a hard question.
Oh
Yeah.
no, let's put it this on Low Kings versus Black. Oh, I don't think we have that time, AJ, because we are being shown the matchup. You were safe back there.
Pusang gala.
You were safe, I would say. We can talk about it in the background and probably give out the answer later on. But guys, for those of you who aren't here, who have watched, this is oh, this is match number. I think we still have time, AJ, because they are going to change this. And I was looking at really Low Kings and Blacklist International Ultimate, because looking at the numbers from what we've seen earlier, Blacklist International Ultimate had 1 loss, whereas to West Point Mamba Low Kings has a complete dominance. And oh my God, what are you doing, production? I mean, I have time earlier, but this time you show us the next day. AJ magic really happened today.
Well, 3 series to look forward to the next time round, right? Sem9 takes on Almighty, followed by NV Esports with the ability to step up and show exactly what they can pull up against Smart Mega. F in the chat for NV straight up, because it's going to be one heck of a matchup, man. And if NV Esports can manage to prove themselves against Smart Omega, I tell you, I'm going to lose my mind, because NV, they've shown us that they've got the quality. They've shown us that they've got the capability to overcome some teams, but we haven't seen quality enough to shut down a team as great as Smart Omega just yet. So that will be one of the greatest challenges for NV Esports that we get to lap up on Thursday, 28th of July, 2022. And of course, as great as the final matchup was today, it is going to be great on that day as well, because the blockbuster series awaiting all of you all on day 6 would be between PDR Esports and RTL Esports.
Yeah. I mean, these two teams have from the get go. When we look at these numbers, we really see that these teams can match it up against each other. It's similar to what we've seen from the previous or for the last series that we have for today. But so far, there you have it, guys. That is a day number 5 of the Garena Masters Season 3. And we still have in here, and we'll always have, the Mustachio AJ in here as your shoutcaster. Ceci has joined us into the mix, and I am your host, your analyst for today, Neptune the Gemini Garcia. We end the day in here with great excitement, and hopefully you love that. We'll see you on the next show, and goodbye, good night.